shoes. You didn't say anything about my hair today.
That's an interesting choice.
I tried a cute little style. It was a lot bigger this morning. But God is good. God is good.
What are you doing?
Come here. I'm live, people. Y'all loud. I'm supposed to be quietly in the background. God bless y'all. What's up, my peoples? Come outside. Come find me. I was watching this video, so I figured we could watch it together. Oh, today was a long day. Today was a long day. I had planned to start my little political career today, but unfortunately, Maverick is sick. Hey, Queen, what's up? So maybe tomorrow. I was like, Queen, what's today? Monday. Happy Monday. Whew, hope you all had a good weekend. Okay, let's talk about it. I know it's growing, but guess what? I have to cut it again. Look at this. Let me show you. Look. I have these little I had these little pieces of hair in the back. Look at this. I don't know what's going on with my hair, child. I don't know what's going on with my nape area. No, it's not really my nape, though. You see this? You see all this breakage right there? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Hey, for me, it's a real thing. Like, it's just right here. This area. See, it's this area right here. This area right here. But like all around though, like my entire perimeter, like my hair is healthy. Yeah. Hey, Janet, you see this? It is crazy. So now I'm trying to be more mindful. Same thing. I'm gonna sleep on my back. Hey, Elliot, what's up? How's your mom? I'm like, that is so crazy. It's just right here. Everything else is fine for the most part. You see, look. Yeah. I don't know. So that's the part I'm struggling with. Otherwise, like all around my head, everything grows out evenly. Yeah. And my sides are just fine. I don't know. So I have an appointment on the 30th, I think, right? Yeah. So I'm going to cut my hair again. And I think I'm going to cut my hair one more time in April. And after that, like, it is what it is after that. Like, if this area does not catch up after that, then I guess it is what it is. It's crazy. And I even put the minoxidil back there also. I put the minoxidil back there. Maybe I need to have like more scalp massages back there. I don't know. You see? Like my front grows really well. The back of my hair grows really well. Because before, when the girl cut my hair, it was like really, really short. Cut in October, right? Look how far it's come. It's like pretty good, huh? Hey, Diana. What's up? How's the baby? Hey, Precious. What's up, beautiful? Right? I don't know. It's just this area. It's the same. I keep cutting my hair. I'm like, is it ever going to grow? I don't know. If it freezes up, you have split ends. You have lots of split ends. When you start getting when your hair gets really frizzy, there are a lot of split ends there. I don't know. I'm trying though. Otherwise, the rest of my hair is growing. It's looking beautiful. But it's this back part right here. I don't know. He's good. Being loud. He's a bit sick. He is sick, actually. I don't know. Because my goal is to have my hair like be all even, like root to tip all around. I want my hair to be all even, same. I mean, not same length, but like root, like look full and even and stuff. But this area here, I'm kind of struggling with that. I don't know. It sucks. Maverick, Mavi. Stop messing with the boy. Okay, you guys, we have a video. So if you guys don't know this, the community has decided to boycott Target. These people are crazy. They want to boycott Target. They want to stop shopping at Target. They want to stop giving their money to Target. I'm like, they're so crazy. What is this? Hold on.
This is America. Season practices. So come with me to return all the shit I bought. This is America. Don't get you slipping
The heat traction with people taking to TikTok in defiance and urging others to do the same. One woman filmed herself returning everything she purchased, while another admitted this was the perfect excuse to finally cut ties with Target after routinely spending all her money there. Meanwhile, Tabitha Brown and other Black brand owners featured in stores like Target and Walmart have urged Black consumers to rethink the boycott, warning that these actions may ultimately hurt the very communities they're trying to support. I've also noticed more voices speaking out about the counterproductive nature of these protests, especially considering the impact on Black-owned brands.
So one of the things I want us to think about, though, Marissa, who did Retail While Black and Target While Black on Instagram, made a great point tonight that I want to share with you. She charged us with being more targeted in our shopping. One of the things that she knows this retail space, she's been talking and working with brands for the last couple of years. And one of the things that most people don't realize is that the brands, when they're in a store, they are responsible for moving that product in the store. So if a brand, Black-owned brand, has inventory in Target and it doesn't sell, that Black-owned brand is basically they're charged a chargeback. They are responsible for the cost of not selling that product. So yes, we want to boycott all these stores, but the list is getting long. And so instead of boycotting them completely, I want us to consider, I'm not saying you have to, but I want us to consider possibly being more targeted in what we buy in those stores. So that means if you live somewhere and you got to go to Walmart, you're buying the Black-owned brand in Walmart. You're buying the small business in Walmart. If we're going to go to Target, that means I'm going to buy my favorite Black-owned brands in Target. As long as they're in these stores, they still need consumer dollars to make sure that their product moves and they are not hit with a bill that is astronomical that could really be detrimental to their bottom line as a business. Because a lot of these businesses in these stores are still small businesses. So that's just something for us to consider.
Like I said in the last video, you're definitely going to bankrupt some of these businesses. If their sales drop any further, you're going to prove their product can't sell through, which means Target and Walmart will dump them. If you can't sell, no one is going to want to deal with you. Then you have to think.
And the thing is, the issue is like, what they didn't realize when they said, oh, let's boycott Target, whatever, is that they don't realize that the majority of retail stores, they don't really own the merchandise. Like every seller in there, like, so every brand that's in there, they're giving their products on consignment. Okay. So you give your products to Target, you give your products to Walmart. Hey, Lacey, you give your products to Walmart, to Target, right? They sell it and then they pay you. Okay. So they have terms in the industry like 30 days net, 45 days net, 60 days net, 90 days net. It depends, right? But when you see a brand at Walmart, Target, Costco, I don't know, Home Depot, right? Retailers, they don't buy the products outright. Ulta, Sephora, you name it, right? They do not buy these products outright. What they do is they get the stuff on consignment. So they'll issue the company a purchase order, right? We want this, that. Okay. You package it and you get it to them. Now, sometimes I think they will cover shipping, but even that too, if your delivery is late, like, so they'll say, oh, we want this by February 15th, right? You show up on the 16th, you show up on the 17th, they'll charge you extra money because you're late. Okay, your stuff has to be packaged right. Your stuff has to be packaged a certain way. They want boxes. They want like 8 items per box. This, it's a lot. It really, really is a lot. Okay, you deliver that stuff. They look for if anything is damaged, mislabeled. I mean, they look for a way to dock your pay pretty much. Okay, they put you on the shelves. right? Then even with that, you have a certain amount of time to move your products off the shelf, like, turnover. Okay, if you don't turn the products over quickly, they're gonna penalize you for that. They also, like Sephora, Ulta, for example, they will also charge you for gratis. Hey, Nafisa, they will charge you for gratis. So it's like, okay, we have salespeople here, we have sales associates, so you got to give everybody samples so that they can become more familiar with your product. They charge you for that too. Then they'll charge you for returns, right? So if anybody returns anything, yeah, you pay for it. That's why these companies will say things like, oh, money back guarantee, return anytime you feel like it, because it's not their problem. Okay. It's whoever you're returning for, that's their problem. Right. So it's a lot that goes into retail. So when you say things like, oh, we're going to boycott Sephora, we're going to boycott Target, we're going to boycott Ulta, right? You're not really hurting those people. Because they just carry the brands. They're not responsible for the brands. Like sometimes, like Ulta, Sephora also, let me say that too, right? The brands themselves will pay for their own shelving. So like even the shelves that you see that stuff on, the brand paid for it, right? Like Sephora, Ulta, they call them like gondolas, right? Let me show you. So you have an idea. Hold on. Right? See? So stuff like that, right? Like you'll pay for that. Like that's not free. Oh, sorry. Hold on. My bad. Okay. All right. So these are called gondolas, right? You will pay for that too. So like right there, Smashbox pay for that. You pay for your furniture. Okay. So most of the time you pay to bring your stuff there. You have to have your stuff on time. Your stuff has to be packaged a certain way. You pay for your own furniture. You pay for your signage. You can't hire your own people to make it. You got to go through them and hire their people to make it. When you have returns, it's on you. You also have to account for gratis. Some things are lost. It's also on you, right? So let's say you can start off with a purchase order that's like $1 million. When they find all these ways to not pay you, they might only pay you like $750, or they might only pay you like $500,000. If you guys remember like years ago, because some of y'all love makeup, but if you remember like almost like a decade ago, right? Remember that company called OCC Liptar? Do you remember OCC Liptar? We used to be so in love with their products, right? Who remembers that? Okay, OCC Liptar, right? The owner of the company, he pretty much had to file for bankruptcy because he owed so much money to Sephora. Right? So it's like you start a business, you go into retail thinking that you're going to make money, but then you end up owing money. Okay. So I think he owed like $750,000 to Sephora. So what ended up happening is he had to file for bankruptcy because they charge you for so many things. And that's why for the most part, most companies who do go into retail usually have an investor, because by yourself, retail can have you file for bankruptcy pretty much. Okay. And you don't want that to happen. So when people are talking about, oh yeah, let's boycott Target, you're not hurting Target. You're hurting the people who sell at Target, right? And so if there are a lot of Black businesses that are there that wouldn't have been there before, but they're currently there, if they're not selling, they're the ones who are going to be hurting. Because honestly, Target would always be fine. And I wish that sometimes people would understand like how companies work in America, especially like companies that are publicly traded, right? It's like if you really want to have a say, so you want to sway the company, it's not by boycotting or like wishing harm on the business, but you must have shares in the business. Like the more shares you have when it comes to a company, the more say so you'll have, right? But I'm like, you can boycott all you want. Target will be Target, because I do feel like one thing we do know is that Black people have a whole lot of emotions, but they're not consistent. They might be mad for a week. They might be mad for 2 weeks. And then eventually life will go back to normal. Okay. We've seen this plenty of time. The sad part is, can you go? The sad part is, right? The sad part is that it's the Black businesses who will suffer because of that. Okay. So you really, really have to be mindful. Hold on.
Of getting rid of the product. I'm talking about if they have to discount it or return it. Instead, they'll be losing money on each unit. I saw some people in the comments saying, well, they can just move the product to their own website. But you do realize that's not just some digital operation. You still have to physically pay to remove those products from Walmart, Target, or Amazon. And then they're not just stored in one place. Walmart is nationwide. Target is nationwide. All of the SKUs are not just in one location. And it's not free to ship all those products back. Then once you get them back, where exactly do you expect them to put all the product? in their house? Most of them don't have the space. They'll need storage. That's going to cost. Then you're also telling them to boycott Amazon too. So you can't use Amazon warehouses. The cost of them coming up with their own warehouse without any notice at that, their own insurance, their own employees, and the headache they have to go through with that too. You also have to think about those fulfillment costs. That's going to be even higher. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible. It's definitely possible. But by the time they're done doing all of that, you know most of them will be out of business, right? Do you know how much money they would have lost doing all of this? They're going to be in the red. And when you're already dealing with small profit margins, all of the extra unexpected cost of logistics will totally destroy their business. On top of that, their sales will drop. Why? Because all these folks telling them to basically bankrupt their own business will not see it through and patronize these folks in mass numbers consistently to account for all their losses and taking away the visibility they once had. After throwing all these temper tantrums, essentially they'll be killing all these businesses, leaving them for dead.
So I'm guessing Target is really trying to go out of business.
And you know what? Sometimes I even feel as though people do stuff like that, like, oh, let's boycott Target and stuff like that, because low-key, I think they really want to see these Black businesses fail. Because I'm not trying to be funny, but Target has been out here for how many decades now, right? Target never had a DEI program, right? I don't know. Was Target founded like the 80s? I don't know. When was Target founded? I don't even know. Let me see. Okay, I'm sure. All right. So Target has been out here for like almost like a century, okay? My point is, Target never had a DEI program. And people never had an issue shopping with Target. People didn't even know that they would want a company they patronize to have a DEI program, right? DEI programs truly started showing up after the whole George Floyd BLM marches. And I personally believe that a lot of these companies, the reason why they had this quote unquote DEI the initiative and they started carrying on more Black-owned brands is because they were afraid of being looted. Okay, they were afraid of being looted. So I think the mindset was, we fear these rioters coming in here, destroying our businesses. We don't want to be labeled as racist. So, we'll just let a whole bunch of Black people sell their products here, and then we'll hire more Black people. Not because they really needed to, not because they really wanted to have these Black products, because if they really did, if they really felt as though these Black products could sell so well, they would have had these Black businesses way before George Floyd. The fear was being looted, because there was a lot of looting during the riots. It was a hot mess. It was a hot mess. Matthew, hold on. And if we remember, even the CEO of Target said, oh, it's okay. Y'all can just come in here and loot, because he was afraid of being called a racist. But that is not a normal reaction. And that's not even a CEO reaction to say, oh, we welcome rioters. We welcome looters. Oh, no, we don't. I will arrest you. Right. But it's like during the whole Black Lives Matter thing, it was a thing of, any white person who tries to protect their business is a racist. Right. So you have to be, oh, yeah, sure. Rob me, steal from me, destroy my business, throw my business upside down because I don't want to be called a racist. So out of fear of being looted, out of fear of having their stores set on fire. Right. Which is why a lot of people have an issue between BLM people versus January 6 people, because BLM people cause a whole lot of mess. They caused a whole lot of mess. Oh no, January 6th. The entire BLM episode was like over 60 episodes of January 6th plus arson and all kinds of foolishness, right? So it doesn't make sense. Why do some people get to loot, burn, and riot, and other people can't speak their voices when they don't agree with the turnout of an election? Make it make sense. But anyways, so I do believe that one of the reasons why so many companies went pro-blackity black, DEI on crack, having all these Black-owned businesses on their shelves, right? Because they didn't want to be looted. So they felt as though if we have Black-owned businesses, it can be a deterrent for other people to come in here and loot our places, right? What they quickly realized is that whether you have DEI and Black-owned products on your shelves, people are still going to misbehave. Right? Because it's so funny to me how so many people, especially Black people, take issue with Target rolling back DEI. But yet, given that Target was doing DI and given that Target was having a lot of Black-owned businesses sell their products on their shelves, right? When a lot of Black people go in and they steal from Target, they rob Target, they beat up people at Target, they shoot people at Target, right? How come a lot of Black people don't say, hey, you know what, you guys, calm down. Calm down because Target has been an ally to Black people. Calm down because Target is hiring Black people. Calm down because Target is giving an opportunity for Black businesses that never would have sold in retail to sell in retail, right? There was no looking out for Target, right? So Target gave opportunity to Black people, hoping to appease Black people. But then when some Black people act a fool, you don't see a lot of Black voices say, you know what, calm down because they did give us opportunities. We're selling there, so don't act a fool. No Black person is speaking up, all Sharpton, all these Black leaders. Nobody is speaking up and saying, you know what, when you go to Target and you Black and you steal and you kill and you loot, you're making us look bad. No. But God forbid, Target says, you know what, this DI stuff ain't working. The protection we thought we were going to have with y'all, we ain't getting it, right? The kind of support we thought we were going to have with y'all, we're not getting it. So it ain't worth it no more. Oh my gosh, I want to boycott. Child, bye. And one thing also, right? I think, I'm not trying to be mean, but maybe it's going to sound mean, but I'm trying to be mean, right? I wish sometimes Black people understand that business is all about numbers. It's not about emotions, right? In this day and age of data, in this day and age of AI, if you think that Target does not know who is Black, who's white, who's Latina, who's Arab shopping in the stores, you're crazy. If you think that Target does not know how much the average shopper spends at their store, you're crazy. That's the whole reason why they want you to sign up for the membership card. If you think Target doesn't know that you're a Black person, you are crazy. If you think that Target does not know that you are a Black woman or you're a Black man and that on average you spend $100 but you return $200, you are insane. You are truly insane. Like, I swear, I don't know. Oh my gosh, I don't know what it is, right? I really don't know what it is. And Black people and their hatred for numbers, right? They have the data. They have models like these huge billion-dollar, trillion-dollar companies. You truly do not believe that these people have models, that they have modeled the behavior. They know how much you spend. They know how much you return. They know when you go, when you don't go. You think these coupons randomly appear on your phone? You even think like the value of your coupons randomly show up on your phone? We are living in the age of AI. If you think that most companies do not have a consumer like profile on you, you're crazy. You are crazy. And maybe for a lot of these companies, selling to Black people is just not profitable. But because it's business, they don't want to say it. Because if they say it, like, oh, wow, they're being racist. But is data actually racist? I don't know. Right? But I'm like, they swear people don't know. I'm like, and that's why, have you ever seen a Target in a predominantly Black area? Okay. Most Targets are in the suburbs. Most Targets are near a Starbucks. Most Targets are where you have lots of money. Okay. Oh, thank you, Jenny. You're not going to see a Target in the hood. You're not going to see a Target in a predominantly Black neighborhood. I wonder why. They have the numbers, right? It's like, I don't know. Sometimes it's like Black people will say all kinds of stuff. You know, and because people don't want to be called racist or anti-Black, people just don't say anything. But the numbers are there, right? People just pull things out their butt like, oh, thank you. Oh, for example, this whole thing about Black women make more than Black men. No, they don't. No, they don't. Some Black women do. Yeah, of course. To every rule, to every rule, you will have an exception, right? But overall, on average, do most Black women make more than Black men? No. And I'm like, and you could think about that and it will make a lot of sense, right? It's like, even if a woman could think about like, oh, menstrual cycle, being a mother, raising kids, right? Over her lifetime, a woman will probably exit the labor market, right? Like, it's a real thing. It's a real thing, okay? We live in a patriarchal society. How can you think that women are making more than men? Like, how? Like, how does that even make sense? Like, it doesn't even make sense, right? But people say things on social media to galvanize people, and nobody wants to fact check what is being said because people want to believe what they want to believe. But you cannot believe lies. That's incredibly dangerous, right? It's incredibly dangerous. But I'm like, you truly believe that Walmart does not know who goes? Hey Joey, thank you. You truly believe that Walmart does not know the number of white women who shop at the store, the number of black women who shop at the store. You truly think that Walmart does not know on average, if a black woman comes in and she spends this much, she's more likely to return this much money. If a white woman comes in and she spends this much, she's more likely to spend this much money, right? When you swipe your credit card, you don't think they know the zip code of that credit card? They know if you live within 5 miles of the store, 10 miles of the store, 20 miles of the store. You guys, data is real. Data is real. Like, your data is out there. Every time you swipe your card, you go into a store, you might not even realize this, right? When you go into a store, they read your cell phone. Do you not know, like, they have this, like, what is it called? It's called something fencing. It's called some type of fence, right? They have this fence over their store. So when you come in, they read your phone. They read your phone. Like, they know you were there at that time. Like, they know what phone you have. These people have so much data. It is not a joke. Like, it really is not a joke. They might not want to say it because they don't want to be called racist, but they know. Geofencing, there you go. That's the term for it, right? They have it. They'll read your phone. Right? Oh, thank you, Esther. And so when you leave, when you're in there, they're targeting you. You leave the store, they're targeting you. When you swipe your credit card, they're targeting you. They know so much about you. They know so much about you. Every time you come in there, they're adding up your orders, because most likely you'll swipe the same credit card. If you notice carefully, like if you go to Walmart now, Walmart will say, "Oh, do you want us to print your receipt, or would you rather we text you your receipt?" You see, they're collecting more data points. Or like Target, they'll make you sign up for a membership card. All of that is to gather data on you. And then they have a profile on you, and they can tell, like, okay, are you a good client? Are you like a medium client? Or you're a risky client? They know all of that. They know all of that. Right? So if they say, okay, DEI does no longer service, trust me, I don't even think it has anything to do with Donald Trump. They were just waiting for the perfect season, the perfect excuse to say, you know what, we're done with this. Because they look at the numbers. Nothing says we should keep this, right? Businesses are about money. Businesses want to be profitable. The majority of Black people who go into businesses, they go into business to show off. A lot of people who are Black who own businesses are not profitable, because the goal is not to be profitable. The goal is to say, I own a business, right? But when you truly, this little boy, when you truly deal with people who are truly about business, right? You understand that these people really care about money. Every decision they make is supported by the data, by the analytics that they have, and it's also supported by how much money. Are we making money or are we losing money, right? And I will argue that DEI is costly. Like, they are carrying these things on their books that are not profitable. And it's not profitable. It is really not profitable. And I truly do wish that a lot of Black-owned businesses, right, would realize that, yeah, you can be Black-owned, but at the end of the day, you are an American business. You should cater to all American people. You should want to create a product, packaging, mission statement, blah, 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 that caters to the American people. You want your customer base to be American people. Right? You don't want to have a business where you are solely dependent on one ethnic group to make it. That is crazy. You could sell to everybody, but you want to niche down. Oh no, I'm only going to serve Black people. How far are you going to go with that? Right? When even Black people themselves do not just shop with Black people. They shop with white people, Korean people, all kinds of people, right? Black people will spend their money wherever they want. If you have a good price, if you meet their needs, they'll shop with you, right? You have a business and you're saying, oh no, I'm only going to sell to Black people. That don't even make no sense, right? So now when Black people are saying we're going to boycott Target, like Tab over there, you're scared, right? Because you've predominantly only catered to Black people. And that's a big mistake as a business owner, right? You should cater to all people. You should cater to all people, Black people, white people. Yeah, you could have a preference for Black customers, right? Yeah, hey Jess, but you should sell to all people. If you have a hair care line, you shouldn't say, oh, my product is for Black women, my product is for 4C hair. No, if you have a hair care line, you have to say, you know what? I have products for low porosity and high porosity. Go about your day, sis. Okay, because at the end of the day, hair is hair. That's it. Hair is hair. Okay, most hair have the same thing: a cuticle, a cortex, a medulla. Okay, some hair is coily, some is kinky, but my point is hair is hair. The thing that truly does matter is the porosity of the hair. Is it low porosity or is it high porosity? Boom, boom. But if you are a Black woman and you have a hair care line, sell to everybody. Sell to everybody. L'Oreal, they sell to everybody. Who else? Who else out there? Garnier Fructis, they sell to everyone. Herbal Essence, they sell to everyone. Avita, they sell to everyone. Why are you limiting who you're selling to? Why? Make as much money as you can. Diversify your consumer base as much as possible. So that way, you're not going to have trepidations when Black people get in their feelings and now they want to cancel this and cancel that. It don't make no sense, right? It is not profitable. And we have to be okay with that, right? That's how much we think we spend, but it's not just how much we spend, it's also how much we return. And I think a lot of businesses, like I said, they don't want to come off as racist or disrespectful because like they say, the customer's always right, but they know the numbers. They don't want to say it, right? Because somebody can buy, but how much is she returning, right? That's why even online, like if you see today, even online, a lot of stores today are no longer accepting returns because these returns are getting out of order. They're getting out of order. I think like, I forgot what Christmas it was, but one Christmas, like the returns after Christmas, it was almost like $5 billion worth of returns. Like people just buy stuff, they don't really want it, return it for the money, and then like you're stuck. Sometimes they bring it back, it's damaged, it's used. Like, what can you do with this stuff? Right? So it's a lot. It really, really, really is a lot. So I'm like, the numbers have to make sense. They truly, truly have to make sense. And if they don't make sense, we can't do it. You know, like I was on the phone with my sister-in-law earlier, right? Because, you know, I'm a Trump supporter, okay? I'm a Trump supporter. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all know this. I'm a Trump supporter. So her mom, they were not too happy that I was supporting Trump. But I said to her, I said, Felicia, right? We have to be serious. Money matters, Felicia, right? You see me? Right now, I don't work. James works right now. James is the only one who like predominantly works. Like, yes, I make some money, but it's not enough money below what, you know what I'm saying? I can't work full time. I can't even edit videos full time. Look at this little baby. Look at him, okay? I'm with this person all day. You understand? So for me, as a stay-at-home mom or stay-at-home wife, whatever you want to call me, right? My thing is, I have to pray for the economy to be good. I have to pray for my husband to be able to keep his job. I have to pray for my husband's employer. I do, right? So in my head, because where he works, like, you know, the sector that he works in, I'm like, but anybody, quite honestly, but I'm like, yeah, if the economy is better, they're going to do better. If the economy is better, they're going to have more promotion. You're going to have more holiday bonuses, right? You have to pray for your employer. I believe in that. Okay. You not only, yeah, I said that to her earlier, right? You have to pray for your employer. You have to. And you also have to pray for a good economy, because if the economy is good, the employer is happy, the workers are happy. You know, it's a real thing. And when it came to Kamala Harris, she's not really answering the economy question. It's like, girl, I can't afford this foolishness, right? And then you look at her, she was trying to raise income taxes, y'all. She was trying to raise personal income taxes to 39.4%, almost 40%. I'm like, huh? You understand? I'm like, and this is how it starts. Okay? Because I'm like, if you go back and you study income taxes in America, I think it started off as like 3%, then it's 6%, right? You see, from where it started, from like zero income tax, nothing but tariffs. Then they introduced income taxes because they wanted to fund the Civil War. Then they stopped because they said, okay, we're going to have income taxes to pay for the Civil War. Once the Civil War is over, no more income tax. But then they came back around the block. Like, you know what? We kind of like that money. Okay. But look, from like what, 100, like almost 200 years, huh? It went from 3 to 6% to now this lady was trying to put 40% of income taxes. And nobody's talking about that. Oh, she black. Oh, she's a black woman. Nah, F that. Talk about how much she wants out people's paychecks. That's because I'm like, so you want almost 40% at the federal level. People still have to pay their state income taxes. Y'all, this stuff is real. That's why I don't feel no way about voting for Trump. Oh my gosh, I don't feel any way. I do not care, right? So you're paying 39 to 40% at the federal level. You're not done. You still have to pay your state taxes. Sometimes you might even have city taxes. It all depends, right? But you have federal taxes and you have state taxes. So if the government takes 40%, then the state go come and take more money. Child, how much am I left with? Okay? And before you know it, we're going to wake up one day. Now we're paying 50% of income taxes. No. Listen, I've been to England. I've been to France. Like most of these European socialist, goofy ass countries, right? You don't want to live like that. You do not want to live like that. The same thing is happening in Canada. That's why they're trying to evict Trudeau as quick as possible. This is ridiculous. But imagine 40%. It's only a matter of time before the federal government wants 50% of income taxes. You guys, F this whole blackity black stuff. I don't care. I don't want to pay that kind of money. Okay. And to me, I do believe with $6 trillion in yearly revenue, the federal government needs to do a better job managing the money. You have $6 trillion. Where is the money going? You don't need to tax the rich, nor do you need to tax the middle class or the white collar, the blue collar class. Nobody has to be taxed more. The federal government needs to know how to manage this money better. And if they don't know how to manage money better, we're going to close some of these departments. That's it. That's it. Like, Chad, when I tell you, and she was like, you're kind of right, Marlon. I'm like, no. I was like, Felicia, we have to care about money. We have to care about money. And when you care about money, you care about taxation. You have to care about how much you're paying in taxes because that's just your money. Your money's just leaving. Your money is just leaving. You know, it's okay because she's black. Oh, it's okay because of this. Oh, be quiet. Oh, be quiet. Okay. We have to care about money. You work for your money. Nobody's just sitting here just giving you money. Even sex workers, they have to work for their money. So when you make your money, you can't just part with your money so easily. If the government wants your money, they need to give you valid reasons why they need your money. Because I already gave you money. Why you want more money? Okay? This is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. And I'm like, one thing that I am really getting tired of when it comes to black people is never caring about money. Don't care about money. Don't care about taxes. Don't care about savings. Don't care about how, like, fiscal responsibility. We're going to go broke at this rate. We're going to be seriously poor. This is not a joke. But I'm like, you can't keep taxing people this way. For what? To send my money to Ukraine to blow things up? No, I need my money. I need all of my money. I sure do. So I was like, no, the stock market. And that's how you know if America is healthy. When the stock market goes well, the US dollar does well. So I'm like, me, Marlene, it's in my best interest to pray that the economy is good. Let my husband's employer be good so that we can all be good. You understand me? But if the economy is bad, they're like, oh, now we got to start looking for who we can fire. And you just never know. You just never know, right? If it comes down to it, how you know your name not going to get called out, okay? But when the economy is good, most employers are not looking, okay, who going to put on the chopping block? Because you just never know. So you have to pray for the economy. You got to also pray for the employer that they do well in their business, that they want to keep everybody around and give people bonuses and promotions. You know what I'm saying? You have to care about money. You really have to care about money. You understand? You got to care about money. It is not a joke because you lose your job. The economy is bad. When I tell you, nobody's coming to save you. All these black people, they're not coming to save you too because most of them probably are going to be drowning and dead as well. So that's why you don't play about money. It's even in the Bible. You do not play about money. Be diligent over your money. Be mindful over your money. Yes, money, Marlene. Be mindful how much you pay in taxes. Because we pay a lot of taxes, federal taxes, state income taxes. Child, how much is left over? Right? And also, if you're single, you pay more because you're not married. So they charge you even more money. Then everything else has taxes on there, right? Your phone bill, taxes. Your internet bill, taxes. You go to the store. We're always paying taxes, y'all. Maverick, calm down. What is it? Hey. We're always paying taxes. You pay even gas. The price you see at the pump, it includes taxes. There are taxes on there. So when you see like $3.99, that $3.99 per gallon, the taxes in there, y'all. We pay taxes on everything. You pay taxes on everything. Everything you touch is tax. You go to the fast food restaurant, taxes. You shop on Amazon, taxes. You do this over here, taxes. You're always paying taxes, right? Even your 401k. Yeah, right now it's tax deductible. But when you go to get your money, when you're older, like when you're your retirement age, you will pay taxes on your 401k. And you have to say, is that even fair? Because when the money goes in there, it's taxed. The money is taxed when it goes in there. And then when it comes out at retirement age, it's taxed again. So you pay taxes twice. So that's why sometimes these Republicans, they're worth voting for because they gonna get rid of a lot of taxes. Come on, that's a lot of money. But 401k, you pay taxes. So when Trump was running, he said, oh, old people, they're not gonna pay taxes on their social security check. And I'm like, not to me. I said, oh, that's fair. That's fair, right? If an old person, if a grandma is out here or grandpa's out here, and let's say they get like $1,500 to $2,500, right? Why is the government after this old person $2,500? That is so disgusting. Right? They've worked hard for this money. It was taxed. The Social Security money was taxed when it went in there. And now these people are 65, they're in their 70s. And every time they get paid money that they've worked hard for, here you are chasing behind $2,500. But you'll gladly send money to Ukraine. You will gladly send money to Israel, right? But then you're persecuting old American people for taxation on a Social Security check. No, that's disgusting. That is so disgusting. So I'm like, no. So that's why, oh, Maverick. What is this? Mommy can't make you jump like this the whole time. You know? And so that's why, like a lot of people vote for Republicans. It's not because they really like these people like that, but it's about the money and it's about taxation and it's about tax penalties when it comes to your 401k, your Social Security account and your Medicare. Like, you have to care about your money. You have to. And I'm like, a lot of people, they don't care. Oh, race, oh, gender, race, gender, race, race, gender, gender. It's like, do you people ever care about taxation? Maverick, Mommy cannot keep making you jump like this. Yeah, he likes the stuff, right? But I'm like, jump. You see your little white uncle's making fun of you, okay? Mwah. Yeah, you have to care about the stuff. You really, really have to care about the stuff. You have to. And I think some people are, oh, they're still young and they're still of the working age, but pretty soon you'll be old. Every day you wake up, life, it goes by. One day you will be 60. One day you will be 66. And then you'll look at all your accounts like, where'd my money go? Because you didn't care. And you didn't vote to care. You didn't vote to make sure that you could keep your wealth or keep as much of your money as possible as you get older. Okay? Oh, thank you, babe. You got to care about your money. Yeah, little white uncle, right? You got to care about your money. You really, really have to care about your money. And sometimes I think those of you guys who work, like who have a 9 to 5, right? You should look at how much you pay in taxes. Look at how much you pay in taxes. And ask yourself if that's fair. It's a lot of money. They're always taxing you. We pay so much in taxes. We pay so much money in taxes. It is everything you touch, it costs, there's tax on that. This taxes over here, taxes. This is tax. This is tax. Everything is taxed. You're like, oh my gosh. You know what I mean? So I'm like, you have to care. And me, I don't feel no ways. Oh yes, baby. Mwah. I don't feel no ways about voting for Trump, voting Republican. And I'm telling you this, if I ever become a multi-millionaire also, I will most likely for real be a Republican because these Democrats, they're insane. Because I'm like, these people, you leave it up to these people. We're going to wake up one day. We're going to pay 50% of income taxes, federal income taxes. For what? For what? You make enough money. As a matter of fact, stop going to war. Stop going to war. Reduce the defense budget from $700 billion. Cut that thing down to $100 billion. Put more towards education and then give us rebates. Okay. We need some rebates. We are tired. Oh, yeah. Okay. No. They're crazy. Hold on.
It's time to stop shopping at a business when a business start feeling themselves. And it's not about what you did. It's about what you said. Oh, I'm hearing that Target said that they don't need our money anymore.
What the hell are you talking about?
Our money anymore. And just like Walmart, we don't need you. See, the thing is, these big businesses, we support them. We shop in their stores. We go there on a regular basis. And they think that we're the people that need them. No! We're the people that pay you. And with that being said, there are a whole bunch of other places that sell the items that you sell. Sometimes when we go to other places, we get the items that you sell for cheaper. And another thing, since we're getting technical, people been complaining about your prices. People been complaining about customer service. People have been complaining, but they kept coming back.
Okay, problem solved now, right? Don't go back. You probably need to stop spending all your money anyway. All this consumerism, when most of the same people don't have an emergency fund 6 months to a year, think about it. If you stop retailing all the time, maybe you can build that emergency fund. But whatever, don't go back. Let's see if they stick to it. Moving right along.
Greetings, family. Listen, if you are not respected where you spend your money, then you should not spend your money there. You know, they're calling for a boycott of so many of these companies that have pushed DEI out of their company. And if they don't think that your money is good enough, that you're good enough to work there, then why would you want to spend your money with them?
I'll tell you, I got love for you. You're my elder, but I'll tell you, you act like there was never any workers at Target, right? I can understand if you went to Target and you never saw a Black employee, and then Target is saying, we're not going to hire no Black employee. DEI has nothing to do with whether or not a company is going to hire Black people. Because like we saw, Target's been outside since 1903, right? Target hires Black people. They've always hired Black people, right? So it's like, Maverick, if a company's always hire Black people, why now do we need a special program called DEI, right? People need to ask themselves questions. And like I said, to me, Marlene, DEI was always about the LGBTQ community, okay? Especially the T in LGBTQ. But because those people are too small in numbers and a lot of people don't like them because it's attached to perversion, they have to make it seem like it's about helping Black people. I think it's truly about helping LGBTQ, especially the T in the LGBTQ, okay? But I'm like, Target has always had Black employees. If Target said we're no longer going to hire any Black person, I'm talking like anybody Black, then I'm like, okay, we got to boycott Target. But this is not what this is. DI is something very, very specific. So, okay, if Target is, for the most part, always had Black employees, so why does not Target need a special program called DI in order to hire Black employees? There must be more to it, right? And the more to it is, it's not about Black people. It's about the T. It's about the T, right? It's about the T. And so it's like, you have to see that. And you have to understand that. They're not saying they're never going to hire people. They're not saying they're going to fire all the Black people at Target. No, it's the DI. Exactly. So I'm like, so why are you mad? Because it's not about you. And we have to know, like, every time these people have something perverse in mind, they don't have the courage to say what they really want to do. So they hide behind Black people. They know that Black people are going to react. They're going to fight for something, cry about it without even saying, okay, hold up, wait a minute. Like, why do we need this again? Right? Because diversity, equity, and inclusion does not say, Maverick, my Lord. Are you okay? You are something else, right? But diversity, equity, and inclusion does not say Black people only. It says diversity. Which means, you know how you have the people. What's wrong with her? You're so funny. Mm-hmm. You know how you have people who identify as dogs? Maggie, can mommy talk, please? You were quiet all along until you heard me go live. Mm-hmm. You see? That's emotional blackmail. Mm-hmm. That's emotional blackmail from an 8-month-old. That's out of order, Maverick. You are just too young to be out here blackmailing me like this. Oh, no, sir. Oh, no. Oh, I think Nicole said, you want to come over? Okay. But the thing is, right? You got it. So it means, like, you know, those people who identify as dogs. Do you know they have people? I'm gonna find them. They have people who identify as dogs. They walk around, they crawl, they walk on forwards. Like it's very bizarre, right? Maverick. So it goes to say, like, even if those people want to get a job at Target, like in the management, they could just say, hey, I identify as a dog. You also have to give me a job. Because diversity is all, it's everything. It's all people. It's all it's whatever. So my thing is like, why do you think like, oh, as a Black person, I'm upset? No. Oh, never.
You know, when I think back to our ancestors, they were so smart and they were diligent in their efforts. They all stuck together. When they called for an action, they all took up that action. And you know what? It was powerful because they did not have social media. They did not have cell phones. They did not have the internet. But yet when one person or two people got together and said, this is the way in which for us to move forward.
I can't take the scoring, the delusion, or the what about your ancestors argument. Lady, our ancestors have nothing to do with these Target or Walmart DEI programs. For some reason, y'all keep trying to make Black Americans the face of this, even though we barely saw any benefits from these initiatives. You know who benefited the most from DEI programs? Non-Black women and the LGBT. Black Americans, especially Black men, were the least likely to benefit. So I'm sorry, Black Americans really need to fall back. This is not our problem. You barely see the main beneficiaries complaining. Why? Because they do what they always do. Rile up Black Americans, then sit back and watch us crash out for them. Nah, not happening this time. Black Americans, focus on yourselves. Drink your water, take your vitamins, exercise, get your sleep, go to the doctor, take care of your families, build strong relationships with your husband or your wife, cut back on consumerism, build your emergency funds, invest your money, and mind your Black business. This is not our fight. And letting people like Al Sharpton and these other opportunists who hustle money from Costco or whoever drag us into these fake demonstrations, making us the face of DEI when we're the last ones to benefit, is ridiculous. So no, cut it out.
And let us move forward. It's not about taking action and just protesting in the streets and yet still spending dollars with them. Do you understand what I'm saying? And you know what? There's a list of those that have made those decisions, and I will post them on here. So let's move forward in unity, in agreement, because we know that God is in control.
Pay attention to the businesses that roll back these DEI initiatives. Now, first it was Meta, then it was Facebook, then it was McDonald's, now it's Target. Oh yeah, and what?
So I like how she said that, you know, is LGBTQ. I'm like, yeah, it's LGBTQ. It's always them because they know they're not going to be accepted. So what they do is like, oh, let's get Black people to be the face of something for a short while, but then eventually it's going to be nothing but them. That's it. I'm not stupid. We know what this is. I'm like, Target has always hired Black people. Why now does Target need a special policy to hire Black people? That makes no sense because there's more to it. We're not stupid, right? Use Black people as the Trojan horse to conceal the entire LGBTQ agenda in upper C-level management. We're not stupid, okay? We are not stupid. So I'm like, why are you upset? Why are you upset? No, thank you. No.
Walmart. Y'all think y'all slick, huh? Now I need the people with common sense, with surefire intelligence. I need you to hone in on this subject right quick and use all our energy combined to relieve the foolish of their wild thoughts thinking. These companies aren't racist. These companies aren't prejudiced. These companies don't have hidden motives when it comes to minorities. Why don't they? Why don't they? Why are they scaling back? Help me understand. Come on.
Like, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Like, what do you want me to do about that, bro?
I really want to see if y'all really gonna stand on business by not shopping at Target.
No.
So Target just announced that they ending their DEI policy, and all I can say is I'm still going to shop there. Everybody's talking about they done with Target, they're not going to shop there. But what about Walmart? What about Amazon? What about TJ Maxx? What about Lowe's? What about Home Depot? What about Kohl's? What about all these other stores that ended their DEI policies? What are y'all gonna do? It's crazy because Walmart actually ended theirs 2 months ago, and y'all still walk up in there shopping all up through there. Me personally, I feel like it's so much other things, serious things right now that's happening that we need to worry about.
I don't have a problem not shopping with Target. Like, I don't have a problem not giving nobody my money. But who am I substituting up and up with? I do the Pampers and wipes. Who and how do I substitute them? Because they quality and pricing is great.
All down my timeline.
That's the thing. I feel like when it comes to like Walmart, Target, Costco, who else, like Sam's Clubs, right? These people strategically for over like 30 years now have destroyed mom and pop stores, right? And we all went along with it. Like, how many businesses have been destroyed? Like, local businesses were destroyed because of Amazon, right? And we went along with it. You know, one thing I have realized, right? I have realized that one of the biggest things, I don't know if it's a scam, I don't know, but one of the biggest scams, I guess, that we were sold by white capitalists, convenience, right? And so because things were convenient, we're like, okay, I'll just shop with this business. I'll just buy from that business, right? Mostly white-owned business, usually Jewish business, right? But it was more convenient, right? Because they bought, like Walmart, for example, like Walmart compared to like a local mom and pop store, because Walmart had the volume, they could have better prices because they buy so much. So they had economies of scale. Mom and pop stores could not compete. So, okay, you know what? I'll go there, right? So ultimately, what happens is because you want convenience, right? Because you want convenience, you end up destroying your alternative. So now, it's been like 30, 40 years. A lot of mom and pop stores are completely gone. Many people are not going to do it because what's the point of competing against local Walmart, right? So today, you have no alternative. Where are you going to go? Right? And these are the consequences of always prioritizing convenience over, like, I guess, community, I guess, right? But when everything's about what is convenient, I need my stuff tomorrow, I need this and that. Well, you are destroying local businesses. You are destroying smaller businesses, right? And smaller businesses, they usually know a little bit more about the community versus a big old publicly traded corporation that has a headquarter in a whole different state, right? With different rules, different whatever, right? Like I think Target is in Minnesota, for example. So Target is in Minnesota. They have stores all around the country, different cultures, different states, different people, different cities, different mindsets. But from one state comes out all these policies for all the Target stores. Well, there you go, right? So that's the thing, convenience, right? And a lot of times, because we don't want to do a thing, we rather pay somebody to do it for us because it's more convenient. But then what happens is you go at the mercy of these people. Like even if you look at illegal immigration, right? Right? If you look at illegal, that part also, people are not thinking about this, right? But even if you look at illegal immigration, today you have a lot of people making the argument that, we should let illegals stay here because they build our houses, because they make our coffee, they clean our floors, wumpty wump wump. Okay, but you see, you don't think that one day the illegal people are going to realize how much power they hold over you? Right? That's why sometimes, even in relationships, you don't make people feel as though they're not replaceable, because then they're gonna blackmail you, right? So yes, right now the illegals are making your coffee, and you think you have leverage, right? Oh, look at these poor people; they need to stay here. They'll take any kind of job, right? Because they have to make the coffee to make money. But do you not think that one day also illegal people, let's say like in the housing market, those who build houses, you don't think that one day these illegals could also unite and have their own kind of like labor union? It's like, you know what? Okay. Because what happens is that a lot of people will say, well, you know what? I don't want to pick up a trade. I don't want to learn how to be an electrician. I don't want to learn how to do scaffolding. I don't want to learn how to lay cement. I don't want to learn how to do tiles, right? We'll just let the illegals do it. Okay. You keep having that mindset. And before you know it, you have no American who knows how to make houses anymore. Right? Why? Convenience. It was more convenient to say, let the illegals do it. Oh, we'll just go do something else. And if you wake up one day, the entire housing building market is ran by foreigners. It is ran by illegal immigrants. What happens when they start having labor unions? What you gonna do? right? Because it's not that easy to say, oh, well, since they're saying that, I'm going to go learn how to be an electrician. It doesn't happen in 6 months, okay? You need like years for that, right? And that's why when you even think about illegal immigration, it is not, to me, I'm not in favor of making illegal people feel as though, oh, we need them. We need illegal immigration. We need them for this. We need them for that. No, I said it earlier. I said, no, American people need to know how to make their own houses. They need to know how to make their own coffee. They need to know how to make their own food. You don't want to depend on people, right? Because one day you'll wake up. You have lost the know-how. You have lost the skill. Somebody else has it. And now they're going to leverage that over you. How you going to feel? You're not going to like it. Their retirement fund is probably invested in some of these businesses, right? Yes. So a lot of these people who are talking about boycotting Target, right? You might be part of your retirement might be inside of a mutual fund, most likely a mutual fund, right? So, and they probably have Target stocks. So if that stock goes down, well, so will your 401k. These people have thought about this. Okay, they are incredibly smart. You are emotional. They are incredibly strategic. And I think one thing that businesses, especially like publicly traded businesses, one thing that great businesses do well is to insulate themselves from risk, right? They've thought about this. They probably had models about this, right? They've been planning this for a long time. So they know what they're doing. You're reactionary. You're being emotional. And you're not even thinking about all the ways that you are probably tied to Target and the success of Target and the failures of Target. So I'm like, does that even make sense? Right? So, you know, like there comes a time you also got to be like, okay, right? But you have to think about that. If today more and more American people do not want to know how to build houses, how to learn plumbing, how to be electricians, one day it's not going to bode well because you will be reliant on foreigners, right? For trades and talents that are always in need. And I don't think, me personally, I think it's a matter of national security. I think when you have a country, I think the citizens of that country should know how to make houses. Absolutely. They should not sit here and be fully dependent on foreigners coming here, illegal labor. Oh yeah, just do it. Because one day we're going to wake up and nobody knows how to make houses. You are waiting on these people. And once they realize that you need them for something, they will leverage that against you. And you are not going to like how that feels. Okay? You are not going to like how that feels. Okay? Yeah. And even in Egypt, maybe that's what happened in Egypt. And the Egyptians went from being nice to the Hebrews to like turning into slaves. Okay? But I'm like, you got to be mindful. But I'm like, today, mom and pop stores destroyed. A lot of small businesses are destroyed, you know, and Amazon knew. And that's why if you ever pay attention to these like white-owned, publicly traded business, right, they don't mind operating a business at a loss, right? Like when you're in school, I mean, anybody who studies business, like you're told, oh, you should have a profit. You should want to have a profit, right? But a lot of white-owned business, okay, they can operate a business at a loss. And the whole purpose of losing money is to destroy other businesses, right? For how many years was Amazon not profitable, right? Maybe I don't know if Walmart was never profitable, but I'm saying like you have businesses out here who are intentionally not profitable. Twitter is one of them, but you have businesses that are intentionally not profitable in order to gain market share. So they want other people to close their businesses because they know you're not going to be able to keep doing this. You don't have enough money. So eventually you're going to have to shut down. And what happens when these companies are doing that is not so much that the best company with the best product is surviving. No, it's the company with the deeper pockets, right? So a lot of times when it comes to consumer goods, like when it comes to the stuff that people are actually buying, sometimes the stuff you buy might not even be the best quality. Right? But you are buying from the person that had the war chest, that had the money to drain everybody financially and to take other people out of business. Okay? I'll give you a good example. Take me, for example. Oh, yes. I will talk about myself, right? I think my liquid lipsticks, right? If you were to compare my liquid lipsticks, the Lena Lashes liquid lipsticks, I think my liquid lipsticks are way better than the Fenty liquid lipsticks. You understand? But I don't have Sephora money, right? I don't have Sephora money. I don't have LVMH money. I don't have Bernard Arnault money. right? So some like a company like Fenty Beauty with the face of Rihanna, she's going to sell more, even though it's not the best quality, right? Fenty Beauty is not the best quality makeup, right? But it's the makeup that is promoted the most because they have money. I don't think that Huda Beauty makes the best makeup, but it's the makeup company that has really, really big pockets, right? Because that's all it comes down to. Like that really is all for the most part. There are a lot of products like, you know, for me personally, when I started selling cosmetics, right? Before I was selling cosmetics, when I was here, like doing makeup tutorials, whatever, right? I used to be impressed by a lot of makeup that I saw at Sephora because I didn't know anything. I was like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, right? You understand? But then you start making cosmetics and then you realize like, oh, this is horrible, right? I can't tell you the last time I went into Sephora. I remember like years ago, people will look at Natasha Denona and be like, oh, she has the best eyeshadows and they're so creamy and like her shimmers are shimmering. Child, the shimmers is horrible, okay? And I'm like, anybody who compares like my Nigeria collection to a Natasha Denona collection, man, please, okay? My things are way better. You understand? But once again, it's about the money. Even my lashes, way better, okay? But it's about the money. Who has more money, right? Because a lot of times it's a money game. You can have an amazing product, you guys. You can have the most beautiful product. You can have the most amazing product. But one thing I have learned, right, is that first of all, may the best marketer win. That's number one, because whoever tells the best story is going to get the customers. But also, it's a money thing, right? And you see it even in politics because they knew that a lot of people did not know much about Kamala Harris. And because a lot of people were not going to like that lady, that's why they had to raise so much money so they can influence people through marketing. So they raised $1.4 billion. You still lost, right? You understand? But that's what it really is. It comes down to who has the bigger purse. And also who has the best marketer, who can tell a better story. If you can tell a better story and you have way more money, you're going to be more successful, even if your product is not top tier, right? There are a lot of people who sell mediocre products, but they got the marketing and they have the money to buy the celebrities, to buy the influencers, to convince people that this right here is the best product that you want. But it's truly not. If you ever try a Fenty liquid lipstick, it doesn't, first of all, they don't stay long. They crack, like it's a hot ass mess. Her stuff is a hot ass mess, right? Even like in this whole hair care game, like Beyonce, I probably think that Sacred is really good based on the ingredients, but the Fenty hair, when you look at the ingredients, like it's nothing impressive. It really isn't, right? You could currently have a Black woman or any other business right now that has way better way better hair care products, way better ingredients, better technology, you know, more patents with their technology, right? But they're not going to sell as much as Fenty because they don't have Rihanna. They don't have LVMH money behind them, but yet they have a better product. And not just that, they understand hair. They understand hair. They understand chemistry. They understand the chemistry of hair, right? But people are not really going to go there because they don't have enough money to say, hey, come this way, come this way, come this way, right? Or even if you notice, like even like black hair care, for example, you'll see a lot of Black influencers always thrusting and shoving Shea Moisture in Black women's faces, right? Shea Moisture is basura, okay? Shea Moisture is crap. You should not put that into your hair, right? But these Black girls will push Shea Moisture on their Black audience because they're getting paid. Even though there is a better hair care brand that will do way more for the Black woman's hair, right? She's not going to push that onto you because she's thinking about her wallet. You understand? And that's why sometimes some influencers can't be trusted. They really cannot be trusted, right? How many natural hair influencers you see even tell you about, okay, buy this because this ingredient is going to do this for your hair, right? Buy this hair product because if you have low porosity, the pH of this ingredient is better suited for your hair. These girls know nothing about ingredients. They don't know anything about pH. They barely tell you about the porosity. Oh, Beyonce made it. Oh, Rihanna made it. Nobody cares because it's not about who made it. It's about how it's going to serve you. You have your hair and you got to buy the best product for your hair. So how exactly does this product fit my porosity? How exactly does this product fit my needs? They don't know. Oh, it feels good. Oh, there's a nice slip to it. That's all they say. Oh, this feels good. Oh, this is a nice slip, you know, because they don't know much. Right? But Shea Moisture is horrible. Me, Marlene, I will never promote Shea Moisture to people. Like the owner, I mean, he's no longer the owner, but I'm saying like Richelieu himself, he's bald. Okay, he's bald. Like, what does a bald man know about hair? Make it make sense. Okay, no. You've never had hair. How do you know what these women need? Right? Like, make it make sense. He's never had hair. This dude has never had hair. So how does it make sense that somebody who never had hair knows how to make product for you who have hair? Like, girl, what? It don't make no sense because we have to care, right? Oh, it's thrusting Shea Moisture, because they're the ones who are paying their goofy ass influencer fee, right? Because once upon a time, people came to YouTube because they really wanted to educate people. Today, a lot of people come to YouTube to be influencers for money, for fame, for free stuff, and not realizing that, you know, you're recommending that people put something on their body, on their hair, and you don't even care if it works. All you care about is getting a paycheck. Like this girl, I was watching this girl, her live on Instagram, and she was like, once again, pushing Shea Moisture and the bond repair. So Shea Moisture has a bond repair. Hold on, right? Okay, they have this, I guess it's like this bond repair thing, right? And so she likes to promote like Shea Moisture a lot, right? And so I said, okay, which bond is it fixing? She's like, oh, like based on the ingredients. I'm like, you see, I don't even know what you're talking about. I said, which bond is it fixing? Right? And sometimes you'll see girls that have long hair. Just because she has long hair doesn't mean that she understands the science of hair. Make it make sense, right? What bond? When Shea Moisture says, oh, this is our leave-in bond repair treatment. Okay, which bond is it fixing? Right? Because the majority of these girls also on here who like do hair care products don't even know how many bonds you have in the hair shaft. They don't even know, right? How many bonds are inside the cortex of your hair? Can't even tell you. Oh, it fixed the bond. Which bond? You have 3. Which one is it fixing? Right? Can't even tell you because it's all about making money. So once again, Shea Moisture has big pockets because they sold to Unilever. So they have a lot of pockets for marketing. But just because a company has lots of money for marketing, it does not mean that is the best product for you. It doesn't. And when something says bond repair, you'll be like, okay, which bond repair? And I told her that's why it's so cheap, right? The reason why you see $15, $16, right? $16. Okay, right? Compared to like Olaplex, what is it called? Olaplex number 3, right? Hold on. Where is it at? Number 3. Okay, compared to Olaplex number 3, which comes in like the small bottle comes in at 30, right? The big one is $60, right? But you see, Olaplex, for example, they cost how much they cost because they have patents. It's a patented formula. It's protected. Like it's proprietary. Like when it comes to Shea Moisture, there's nothing proprietary. And you're gonna go ask Shea Moisture, what kind of bond is it fixing? And most likely they'll tell you a hydrogen bond. But I'm like, that's not that deep though, because when you wet the hair, when you wet your hair, you're breaking up your hydrogen bond. When you dry your hair, the bonds come back together. The best bonds that you need, the most important bonds that you want to fix in your cortex are your disulfide bond and your ionic bonds, right? The Shea Moisture one is not doing that. So why am I wasting my money? Okay, but these girls are not educated. Oh my gosh, it just gets on my nerves, right? But I'm like, you'll have a lot of people who probably need to buy Olaplex number 3, right? But instead, because they keep seeing Shea Moisture here, Shea Moisture bond repair, Shea Moisture bond repair, they'll go buy the Shea Moisture one and not even say to themselves, okay, which bond is it fixing? Because most people don't even know how many bonds they have. And Shea Moisture preys on the fact that a lot of people, a lot of consumers are ignorant. They're ignorant. They don't know much about hair. Oh, I saw this girl and she had long hair, and I saw this girl and she had long hair. It's like, but her hair did not grow because she was using this product. Long story short, right? Out here in business, whoever has the bigger pockets usually is going to win the conversation, even if they don't have the best product. So you as a consumer, you got to be really, really careful to not allow yourself to just be influenced by the marketing, but to truly be influenced by the ingredients. You have to understand the ingredients. One more conversation, right? It's like the Mael. If you look at the Mael, let me show you, right? Okay, look at this, right? If you look at the Mael rosemary shampoo, for example, right? Once again, people were pushing that stuff on people. Rosemary, wumpy wump wump. Okay. You look at her ingredients. Let me see. Right? Is it this one? Okay, I think it's those two actually, but I think it's this first one and this one, right? You look at this, these are the surfactants, right? These are the surfactants that she puts into the shampoo. This surfactant is also used in detergents. Like you take that's y'all, you really have to know the stuff, right? You take the stuff, let me see, let me put it right here. Give me a second, right? Okay. And you see what this, hold on. Let me get out of the way. Hold on. Do you see what it does? Like you have to look at these things and know what the heck you're putting on your body, right? But you see, it can disrupt the skin barrier, causing dryness, sensitization, stinging, tearing, redness, swelling, and blurred vision. This stuff is crazy. I was like, what the heck? Right? This is insane. But if you compare, and then like that's why like I used it one time, like a couple times, and I kept trying to dilute it, but the way it was treating my hair, I was like, oh no, something is wrong with this product. Like, what is this? Right? But once again, when it comes to Monique, she doesn't know about hair care products. Like, she does not know about ingredients. She doesn't know about chemistry, right? She's just a pretty light-skinned girl with a loose hair texture. And when she's really selling through Mild Organics, she's selling colorism and texturism. I will make a video about her because that needs to be addressed, right? So hold on. Right? Whereas like for the Olaplex number 4C dirt clarifying shampoo, right? This is dirt surfactant, right? It's a lot gentler, it's a lot nicer. And you can truly tell the difference. The Mielle Rosemary, I probably used it 3 times. There was this one girl who used it. Let me see if I can show you. Hold on. Let me see. Is that her? Oh, I think. Let me see. Yeah. Maybe it happens here. Is it here?
Now, like I was freaking out, guys, and I'm actually like, it still hasn't been fixed. There's no way this can be detangled. After spending hours and hours on trying to detangle my hair and get out all those knots, I've been a nice little video for you guys, and so I went in the shower to wash my hair, and I decided to use line running through the water. Like, it was perfectly fine until I applied the product. So you guys can see this is without any product at all. So now I applied the shampoo, and when I was shampooing my hair, it felt a little coarse, but I was like, well, it's shampoo, so it's like it's not going to be soft.
Like her hair is clumping up. You can see her hair clumping up, right? So it's like they put really, really harsh surfactants in there. And that's usually what happens when you buy drugstore beauty products or hair care products, is that they have to go cheap. They have to use cheap ingredients. And as a consequence, it's like you have no idea what you're putting in your hair. And they know that you're not going to look up the ingredients. They know that you're not going to research the ingredients. They know that the average woman doesn't even know, like, what is a surfactant again, Marlene? Like, what is that? Okay. And that all surfactants are not created equal. Some cost more because they're less damaging. Some are cheap, right? And because they're so cheap, they strip the hair like so fast. And that's why I will always say this, like, when you want to shampoo your hair, you should always pre-poo your hair. Like, never even, for as much as I love like Olaplex, but I'm like, never even put shampoo straight into your hair though. Like, you should always pre-poo your hair before you put any kind of shampoo in your hair. Does that make sense, you guys? But ultimately, my point is, right, when companies have a lot of money, even if they don't have the best product, they're more likely to acquire market share. They're more likely to have name recognition. They're more likely to have more sales. They are more likely to have more influencers promoting their brand, even though it is not the best product. And I think it's actually quite sad, because I know personally a few Black women actually who make some incredible hair care products, but they don't have the money to pay these Black girls, whoever it is, right, to promote the product. right? And one thing I will say before I move on is the fact that sometimes I really can't stand the hypocrisy, because Black people will complain, oh, DEI and the Target is pulling DEI and Target is not supporting Black people. But in all, how many times do Black people also support up and coming Black people, right? Makes sense? So, like I said, you'll have Black girls who have a platform who could, be a gateway or a kind of like a billboard for up and coming Black-owned brands who might not have the marketing dollars, right? You could say, hey, sis, I can be your partner, or maybe you could give me equity, whatever, and I will help you push your brand. No, right? It's like, oh, well, you ain't got the money, I'm not helping you, right? But when a brand that usually is white-owned with a Black face, like Shea Moisture, Mael, Main Choice, right? They're owned by white people, right? Auntie Jackie's, all that kind of stuff. Like, they're owned by white folks, right? So it's white people owning the business. There's a Black face, a Black name. Oh, yeah, if you pay my fee, I'll do it. So it's okay for you to sell your stuff. It's okay for you to prioritize making money over, doing a little bit of both, right? But then you're in your feelings when Target says, well, we're also about money. We're going to prioritize what makes us money, right? So I'm like, okay, but no.
I would say about a good 95% of people on my timeline are saying they're going to go ahead and boycott Target. We're not going to shop with you guys. We're going to return everything, yada, 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 yada. You're lying. You're lying.
Let's be real here. Nobody is going to stand on business on stop shopping at these stores. So it's pointless, honestly. I mean, let's be real here. Nobody's going to stop shopping at these stores. They'll do it for 2 weeks and then be right back at it, because we don't have those resources at all. Like, call it for what it is. We don't have those resources to continue to buy where these stores are not allowing this to happen. We don't. Argue with me if you want. We don't.
She's 100% right.
Me, I disagree. I do believe that Black America does have the resources. I will say it's not a resource issue. It's a priority issue. Okay. I think if you round up maybe 10, 20 basketball players, even 15 Black basketball players, you could easily raise 100 million. You could easily raise 200 million. You could even raise $500 million. Okay. No. It's not a money issue. When you consider how much money Black women spent on weave and wigs from the Asia and the South Asia every year, it's like almost like $1 billion. No, the people got the money. Don't ever get it twisted. Hold up, wait a minute. They got the money. Their priorities is janked up. That's what it is. Okay, it's a matter of priority. What are your priorities, right? And I'm like, when it comes to money, we don't have the right priorities. We don't have the right mindset, right? Like, there are a lot of Black people in this country who have boku money, y'all. Okay? Hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions. Don't get it twisted, right? But it's not a priority for them to do X, Y, and Z. And also, if they were to do it, they would have to cater to all American people, because you can't just say, oh, I'm going to invest like billions of dollars and I'm only going to focus on Black people. You can't do that, because you need to make your money, and money's green, okay? Money is green. But I, Marlene, personally, when I look at the kind of money these people spend on hair, weaves, makeup, Louis Vuitton, and this and that, oh, no. The people have the money, okay? They just don't have the priorities, because the understanding, like, this is me. This is the way I look at it, right? This is where I understand it. When it comes to Black people and money, Black people's mindset towards money is, this money is to make me look good. This money is to make me feel good. This money is to buy me clothes. It's to buy me status. It's to buy me respect. It's to, Black people use their money to get other people to see them in a different kind of light. You understand? In other cultures, they use their money to acquire assets, to do this, to do that. Like, they don't mind saving. They don't mind, quote unquote, delayed gratification. Black people and money, it's a very immature relationship. So I do believe that the people have the money. They have the money. They just don't have the right priority. And even if they had that priority, another thing, if you want to make a lot of money also, is patience. A lot of Black people are not patient. Because you see it, right? They get upset. Okay? They're not patient. High, very, very emotional, easily triggered, quick to give up. So it's like, but to make long money, you have to have a long-term vision, and you got to be very patient. Otherwise, the money is there. The money is there. It is there. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Hold on. How much do Black women spend on weave? Hold on. Let me see. Okay. All right, what's the market size? Okay, let's see. Okay, you see? Wig sales are up by 75%. Okay. All right. So you see this, right? Y'all see the numbers? Let me get out the screen, right? So sales of wigs increased by 75% for the period of May 2020. That's the quarantine. Where y'all going? You're inside the house. To 2021. Okay. Black shoppers spent $473 million in total on hair care. So you can't tell me that people who can spend $473 million on just hair products and wigs and got no money. No, they have money. They have janked up priorities. Okay. Stop playing with me. Okay. Because with that kind of money, you can have a distribution center. With that kind of money, you can even have, I don't know, like some big Black cooperative, you can even build the next Sephora. That's a lot of money, y'all. Okay, you can build the next Sephora with this kind of money. Matter of fact, you can even have a TikTok shop with that kind of money, right? So no. These people have money. They just have janked up priorities. That's it. Because it's immature. There's a lot of immaturity because a lot of people are insecure, have low self-esteem, and to them, money is here to make me feel good. Not money is here as a tool. Money is here for me to make more money. It's like, no, I need this so I can feel good. I need this so I can look good. I need this so I can love myself, so I can accept myself. So we don't have a healthy relationship with money, right? Which is why we don't make for good investors, and we probably don't make for good business owners, because you can't go into business if you haven't healed from your childhood trauma and your scarcity mindset, okay? But these ladies have money. They have money. So if that's just hair care, now add makeup, okay? Add makeup. Then add beauty services like waxing, brows, lashes. Put that in there. And then add the money for clothes. Like, how many billions are we at now? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10 billion, okay? So no, these ladies have money, okay? They just don't have the right priorities. Okay, so I don't agree. No.
Absolutely. That's exactly what I was saying in the Tabitha video, telling people to stop shopping somewhere, but you don't have an alternative. And it's not just Target, Walmart, Amazon, Home Depot, or Lowe's. It's a bunch of companies. Then you're telling Black-owned brands to remove their products from these businesses, but you don't have a Black network from the sourcing and manufacturing process to logistics, distribution, and mass retailers to see it all through. Once upon a time, a long time ago, we had it, but y'all didn't want that anymore. So you wrecked your own Black businesses just to go sit at the lunch counter with white people. And then once you got these brands on the shelves with white people, now you're still mad, telling them to wreck their businesses once again to separate from the same white people you wanted to be included with. All at the same time, you don't have an alternative plan. Instead, you got Al Sharpton hustling y'all talking about going to Costco. Okay, tell me what Black brands y'all want to buy at Costco. Obviously, they didn't think this through.
There's a lot of people upset and angry that Target and Walmart ended their DEI programs, and now they're saying they're going to boycott Target and Walmart. Let's just be real. Let's talk about it. You know you're not boycotting Target or Walmart. You know that these are your to-go places where you shop at. You're just upset and mad that the media has convinced you that it's going to affect your life in some type of way. Most people, and I'm just going to say it, Black people, you are not benefiting from these DEI programs. These programs were aimed to target and uplift people that were transgender, people that withheld more democratic ideologies. Yeah. The average working American Black person was not affected in no way by DEI programs, okay? So you know it. You just allow this media, this propaganda that's being put out to make you say something that you know is not true. Mm-hmm. Where else you gonna shop at? Where else are you going to shop at? Are you going to buy your things from your local grocery store? No, because the price tag is much more. So you go to places like Walmart and Target, aka Target, to get your items. You're not going to boycott anything. You're just a follower. You're going to follow the trend, whatever this media tells you to do. Walmart and Target, don't worry about it. They're going to still be in these stores shopping and buying their products. You guys got to stop being so simple-minded and stop letting propaganda infuse you to get on this internet and say things that you really know you don't mean and you're not going to do.
You have to admit she's right. These folks are using us once again to raise sin about something that was primarily benefiting other people, not us. They only used us and used our struggles and history to get these programs going, only to let everybody else hijack them from us anyway.
Exactly.
Now they got us crashing out on the internet while they're all sitting back sipping tea and eating popcorn.
And then even this auntie here, when she talked about, our people back in the day, one thing, one part. But I'm like, auntie, like, let me tell you something, right? I think some of y'all need to really go back to school and properly study the civil rights movement. Like the boys boycott, for example, in Selma, that was actually a necessity, right? People needed to ride the bus in dignity to go to work, right? That is a matter of necessity. Like, it's transportation. It's public transportation. If we're being honest, shopping at Target is not a necessity. Okay, like, okay, it's like it's not a necessity, right? A lot of the stuff that people are fighting for, these were actual like necessities, and also they were. It was a matter of human rights. It was a matter even of citizen rights, right? Because these are American citizens who are being denied their due rights under the Constitution, right? How does that relate to Target and DEI? You understand? Like, is DEI guaranteed by the Constitution? Like, girl, what? This stuff was made up by BlackRock with their ESG scoring crap they're about. This is all coming out of BlackRock. It's a bunch of foolishness, and it's a bunch of George Soros initiative, right? This is insanity. And like I said, Black people have shopped at these stores for over 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 years, right? You never needed DEI. But now that somebody has pitched DEI to you, sold you DEI, lied to you about DEI, like, oh, I can't live without this. I can't live without this. Chat, we've only had this whole DEI stuff for like less than 4 years, right? You've always shopped at Target. You didn't have an issue. You've always shopped at Walmart. You've always shopped at Home Depot. You've always shopped at like Amazon. Like you've never even needed like, oh, I need a special program to shop here. You never even cared. What you cared about was the price and customer service and the return policy. Boom, 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 boom. Are prices the same? Are prices pretty good? Okay. Do you have a good customer experience when you go to Target or whatever? Okay, cool. Do they have a great return policy? Do you still like the return policy? Good. Are they still allowing you to like order and then like you can be in the parking lot and pick up your goods? Maybe. Are they giving you coupons and codes when you're shopping? Yeah. So what's the problem? What, like, truly, what is the problem? The boys boycott in Selma is completely different because these people they should be able to ride the bus. They need to ride the bus to go to work. It's public transportation, right? And it's provided for by the state. So if we pay taxes, why are we saying, oh, we pay taxes, but we all can't sit in the front? Now that is a matter of discrimination. This is not what is going on here. Like, what is going on? It's not the same. Whether DEI is going to roll back and you will still see Black employees at Walmart. You will still see Black employees at Target. You're still going to see Black employees at Amazon. Black people are still going to have jobs, right? But what they're not going to be able to do is weaponize Black American history, the civil rights movement, and human rights and things like that to justify ushering in all kinds of trends into the workplace. Oh, this boy, who just wakes up like this? Do y'all see this? This is why I can't do a show. Oh, Lord.
Watching us fight their battle. But I'm here to tell you this battle is not yours, Yolanda Adams. No, this is not our business. Now, if you decide that you don't want to shop at Target, Walmart, Amazon, any of these places, that's cool. That's your decision. Do what you want. Go where you want. Buy where you want. But the whole let's make this a movement, we got to fight for our ancestors BS, it's just another ploy to control us. We got to stop being so emotional and be more logical. Let's go ahead and get the conversation started. Tell me what you think about this below. Special thank you to Elmer. I appreciate you, Elmer, for all of your support.
I know. It has been a tough week, right? And baby, it's been a tough 2025 and we are still in January. But I know many of you are asking and have asked and sent me messages about the recent DEI announcements at Target as well. And as disheartening as it is for me, I'm not the only one affected by this, right? It's for everyone who is a woman-owned business, minority-owned businesses, Black-owned businesses. It's for so many of us who work so very hard to be placed into retail, to finally be seen and approved for retail. Because contrary to whatever the world might tell you, it has been very hard for Black-owned businesses to hit shelves, right? Which is why it's such a big deal when we do finally land inside of retail. So it is definitely heartbreaking to feel unsupported, right? However, I am in business in multiple ways with Target, with Walmart, and Amazon, right? I sell Donna's Recipe, my hair care products, right, are on Amazon. They're also in Target. And of course, I have a huge partnership with Target. I sell my seasonings at Walmart. I do business all over, just like many other people. And what I can tell you is, if we all decide to boycott and be like, no, we're not spending no money at these organizations. Listen, I get it. And if that's how you feel, honey, I 1000% get it. But so many of us will be affected and our sales will drop. Our business will be hurt. And if any of you know business, it doesn't just happen overnight where you can just.
Sorry, you guys, are Maverick. He's a little sick, so But I will say this. I Tab, you have to realize that I will say this, right? Once again, please see yourself as an American, because to say, oh, as Black people, it's your job to like uplift my business. It's your job not to. I'm not okay with the boycotting, but also I'm not okay with you making Black people feel like they're responsible for your business at Target. I don't, you know what I mean? You chose to sign the contract knowing what it came with, and you signed the contract, right? So as a business owner, yet again, like I said, you are Black. You have every right to want to cater more to Black people. But ultimately, as a business owner that sells at Target, you should have come up with a strategy. Like, okay, maybe we'll start with a strong Black base, but eventually we have to invite other ethnicities to buy the product, right? Any woman should be able to identify with your brand, not just Black women. Like, you sell food. I think most people eat food, right? You sell wine glasses. All ethnicities and cultures drink wine. Like, what's the problem, right? You have affirmation notebooks, okay? You have a hair care line that's made out of pumpkin, whatever this is, okay? But I'm like, up to a point, you have to know how to bring other people into the fold and get their money too, right? Because when you build a business on just one community, well, what happens the day they get mad? What happens if you say something they don't like? What happens if, I don't know, I just don't know. But I'm like, is it really safe though? No, you have to diversify your base, right? Exactly. It should be for, it's very colorful. I don't see why a white woman and even in Mexico, I think Mexicans could actually like it. They love colors. Like, it's very, very colorful. So if you, for as long as you've been at Target, if you haven't figured out how to attract more people to the brand, and you mostly cater to Black people, and now you're in this conundrum, like, whose fault is that? Right? But I don't think you can say to Black people, oh, I know you want to boycott Target, but please don't do it because my business is going to suffer. Girl, bye. Okay? It's not just about you, ma'am, with your big old diamond. Right? That's your job as a business owner. You have to know how to sell to other ethnicities. You have to. Got to market to different kinds of people. And maybe also, instead of taking so many vacations with the husband that you retired and kept on stage, maybe you take some of that money and you hire a proper marketing company. Like, or or you build like a proper marketing department. And you have people who work on your messaging. You have people who come up with like ideas on how do we market to those people, market to these people, right? Without, like forsaking your Black base that you started off with, right? You got to invest your money. But I'm like, Tab, when I see you, you're always on vacation. That's just me wrong. I could be wrong, huh? I could be wrong. But when I see her, she's always on vacation with Kev on stage. They're always on vacation, luxury vacation, Hawaii vacation, 4 seasons vacation. Now she's saying, oh, don't boycott because it's going to impact me. That's the whole point of being in business. It's very risky business, right? So maybe cut back on the vacations, right? Maybe, I don't know, if your husband has to go back to work. I mean, you did retire him for a season. Like, if he has to go back to work, then so be it. But my point is, when the money comes in, y'all should also invest that money and hire people. You guys, I'm going to say something. Please do not be offended. But if you are offended, I get it. I really do get it. But it's me. I have to say it, right? One of the biggest issues that I've had with Black women in business, especially the ones that I know, they are extremely cheap. It's like they'll get paid. They make money. They don't want to pay anybody. It's like it pains their soul. You don't understand. Like, it's like it pains their soul to have to pay this girl a proper salary with benefits for marketing. Oh, it's like it hurts her soul to, to hire a social media manager and things like that. They don't want to make any investments. And I'm like, oh, it's so hard for Black people to get into retail. Well, duh, because you're not moving like a business owner. You understand? Like, maybe sometimes get investors, be willing to part with equity, because it's better to have 50% of a multi-million-dollar company than 100% of something that makes $0. Okay? Find a way, right? It's so hard for Black business to get into the shelves because you don't have enough demand. Find a way to increase your demand, right? Like, a business is not easy. It's a brutal force. Like, it's very violent, actually. Let me say that, right? It's up to you. But I've met a lot of Black women. They're so cheap. They are so cheap. It's like Candy. Candy will do everything in her power to not hire people correctly. And you see what happens in her restaurant, right? Don Juan. Does Don Juan have an MBA? Then it was Carmen. I'm like, is Carmen educated, right? At the restaurant. These girls started fighting. And the blind guy told her, like, this is so messy. Like, I'm like, she wants to open all these restaurants. Candy wants to open all these restaurants. Todd wants to open all these restaurants. None of them are restaurateurs. None of them have experience running restaurants, right? What is it for Candy to hire somebody at $150,000 that has an MBA, given benefits, and let this person properly run these restaurants in a professional manner? When people tell you about their experience going to Old Lady Gang, you're not going to believe that this restaurant belongs to a millionaire. It is a millionaire. They say when you go to Old Lady Gang, y'all, the tables are shaking. The chairs is wobbly. I said wobbly. They say you have to wait to get your food. By the time you get your food, the food is cold. The people have to stand out there for 2 hours. A multimillionaire. She makes people wait 2 hours. And it's not even like, how like the white people, like the fancy restaurants that have like the little pager, the little beeper thing. So you go in, you put your name, they'll give you a beeper. When it's ready, you can come back. No, boo-boo. They still write stuff on paper. They have no way of calling you. So you have to literally sit here for 2 hours. Okay. She charges people for ice. I mean, it's a hot ass mess. It's a hot ass mess, right? They don't want to invest in customer service. Y'all, if I say what I need to say, y'all gonna think I'm anti-Black, but I'm anti lack of professionalism. I don't have time for this, right? You have girls out here who charge like $200, $300, $400, y'all, for a silk press. Won't answer messages. Oh, don't DM me. Do not DM me. Girl, you should answer DMs. Who are you? Okay. Like, what the heck? You okay? But you have all kinds of professional companies. You even have Target. You can DM Target. I can DM Target. Why I can't DM you? Okay. They're like, okay, we can DM you. Like, they have a whole chain. You can hire people on Upwork. You can hire people from Thailand, from the Taiwan, from the Vietnam, from the Philippines for $5 an hour to do customer service. Nope. They don't want to spend the money. Okay, $5 an hour, 40 hours a week. That is $200 for somebody to answer your DMs, respond to your emails, just keep up with your customers, right? They ain't gonna do it. They don't want to do it. It's like, listen, this is America. Like, this is a very advanced nation. Like, you can't do subpar effort and then expect people to be so wild with you just because you happen to be Black. Have you ever seen Tab go to work? Go on her Instagram. Go on her Instagram. If she's not doing luxury vacations, right? She's out there touring America for vegan food, how to turn palm into turkey, like all kinds of bizarre stuff, right? But my thing is, have you ever seen this lady in an office? Right? Have you ever seen, like, when you go on her Instagram, do you ever see her in an office actually leading a proper meeting? Have you ever seen her sit down with her marketing staff? Okay, what is our marketing stuff for this year, next year, right? Even her hair care line. Has she come out with a new product yet? Oh, okay. Okay, right? Like you do the bare minimum, and you think you're gonna get by because you have the Southern twang and you eat vegan and like, girl, but me, I'm not falling for any of this. I'm an Aquarius, she's an Aquarius. I know how manipulative we can be. I'm not falling for this. Okay, I am not falling. This is the dark side of Aquarius, manipulation. I am not falling for this. Okay, because I'm a Black woman, no, because you're unorganized. Oh, because I'm a Black woman, no, because you don't want to make the proper investments. Everything out here, it costs money. You have to invest in the brand. They want to do the least amount of work. Even Tab, how many people does she send PR to? Please tell me how many influencers you have seen, even here on YouTube, on TikTok, right? How many influencers have you seen receive PR from Donna's Recipe? I wait, right? Like, everybody knows, like, right now, the hot place to be is TikTok shop, right? If you want to put your brand out there and you want all these, Gen Z, what do they call them people? Gen Z, Gen Y, these goofy ass people, right? If you want them to see, you got to be on TikTok shop. Is Donna's Recipe on TikTok shop? No. She wants to do the bare minimum. Oh, I'm just going to be a Target. And then I'm like, yeah, so y'all understand now, huh? Okay, my sweet babies now. So, you know what I mean? Because, okay, so, so there you go now. Now, don't take offense now because, I understand. I understand. You affected now, and so am I. But you got to remember now, we Black people now. And, Donna, because I don't talk to Donna now. And Donna told me she's a little bit dry. But from what I, girl, shut up. It's so insulting. This fake accent she has, I can't stand it. Like, this lady, I've always thought she was fraudulent, but I have to say it because she has so many followers, but I've always felt like she was fraudulent. I'm like, this is a persona, and she's an actress, and she's an Aquarius. How can you trust somebody that is an Aquarius and an actress? You know what I mean? We Aquarius, we can be so manipulative. We can be, oh, Jesus Christ. I don't think you're understanding. This air sign can be so dark and so manipulative. But my thing is, why would you just rely on Target? Why are you not on TikTok shop? Right? And she has she has almost 5 million people on TikTok. Why are you not on TikTok shop? Right? Why do you just wait on Target? So I'm like me, I understand telling Black people not to boycott, but it's like, and if they do, I don't care. Because my thing is, as a business owner, your job is to, yeah, I sure do, Kevin, because it's not okay. As a business owner, your job is to diversify. You should be on TikTok shop, right? You should be scouring and looking for Black girls, white girls, Latinas, right? With gorgeous, curly, juicy curls, all kinds of curls, Black curls, mixed biracial curls, white curls. There's so many pretty girls out here with curly hair, white girls with pretty curly hair, Black girls with pretty curly hair, Latinas with pretty curly hair. There's a lot of people that have pretty curly hair. Everybody should be a Donna Recipe angel. You should have a whole clique, like you call them some kind of team. They're all part of the team, right? They get the PR, they push the product. Maybe you take the girls on vacation. You got to be intentional. She's a multimillionaire. She's a multimillionaire, right? She wants to do the least amount of work and then just play off this goofy ass Southern accent to bamboozle people, right? I'm not falling for this. I will not fall for this. So whatever happens, it happens. My thing is, stop going on luxury vacations. Stop playing in your garage with your little fake workouts, right? And actually go to work. Go to work. Run a serious business, right? And then record yourself at work. I want to see you at work. I want to see your marketing department. I want to see your PR department. I want to see your retail partner department. I want to see you go to work. I am tired of your recipes. I am tired of you turning these goofy, the mushrooms into fake meat. I want to see you eat some meat, eat some damn meat. You need protein, girl. That's why you can't keep muscle mass, because you don't have enough protein. Eat more protein, eat more meat, okay? But my point is, I want to see you go to work. You don't go to work. She's always on vacation. Her and Kev on stage, they're always on vacation, and then they're always begging Black people to support their business. I'm like, no, Kevin, tell Melissa to sell her damn purses. It's not that hard. That shit's not working, Kevin. They don't work. These people are crazy. They don't go to work. Like, and they want to sit here and blame stuff. Hey, Miss Christy, what's up? Okay. And then they sit here and blame everything on racism. You guys, whether you like white people or not, whether you like Asians or not, we have to be honest, right? The majority of white men in business, they can work 60, 80 hours a week. We have to be honest. The majority of Asians who own businesses, they can work 80, even 100 hours a week, right? These Black girls, they want to work 20 hours a week. They want to work. I'm sorry, Tisha. I am very, very sorry. They always want to blame racism. It is not racism. You are just not obsessed. Like sometimes, like when we were younger, we heard about Bill Gates. Like he would sleep in the office. That's why his first girlfriend, that is currently his side chick, that's why Melinda left, because the girl that left him, he never left her. Okay, but it's like, oh, he would sleep in the office, and the girl was like, oh, we can barely date. Like it was really triggering her. Melinda used to work for him, so she didn't mind staying in the office too. Right? So it became an office romance, and then she became his wife. But he still was in love with the girl that left him, because he never left her. She left him, but he never left her. Right? Like you look at all these crazy CEOs, like these people are obsessed with work. Like Elon, do not like Elon. You have the right not to like him. It's fine. But Elon was like, oh, I work like 100 hours a week. I said, damn, do you sleep? Okay. Like these people are fanatics. Like they're obsessed with work. Right? The majority of Black business owners, as soon as they hit 100,000 people or they start making $100,000 a month, it's vacation every day. It's shopping every day. It's I'm a boss. I'm a CEO. They love putting that in their bio, right? But they don't want to work. You got to be like, it's a lot of work. But my thing is, why is Donna's recipe not on TikTok Shop? Right? Why are you not competing on TikTok Shop? Right? Why are you not like recruiting a new generation of women influencers across all ethnicities with beautiful curls, like beautiful, gorgeous curls? Like there, that's pretty, right? And have everybody identify with the brand, right? Why don't you come up with like a different kind of like flavor or scent for the holidays? Like, because Donna's recipe is pumpkin spice. Maybe like Thanksgiving, pumpkin spice latte, pumpkin spice and like cranberry, like, I don't know, something. Right? Or pumpkin and marshmallow. I don't know. She's had the same 3-4 products for the past 4 years and nothing changing and nothing growing. It's like, girl, are you even passionate about hair? No. Vacation, food tours, a little bit of exercise in her home gym. I don't even know what the hell she's doing. Okay. Then she has these like weird moments where she talks to her hair. It's so bizarre. Once again, she's an Aquarius, so she is a weirdo, And I'm like, okay. But I'm like, me personally, I have never seen this lady go to work. I am so sorry. Like, I have never seen her go to work. I have never seen her in the office, right? Properly delegating. I have never even seen her pack an order. Okay. I have never even seen her say, okay, look, this is our vision. This is where we're going for the year. Wumpty wump wump. Right? But just go, make sure you go so I can keep my big ring and my big house and make sure that I can keep my husband retired. Tab, you're a multimillionaire. At the end of the day, the quarantine was good to you. You came off a huge bag. Now, if you don't know how to invest the bag, multiply the bag, or structure your business that you could be proof, you can have full proof against this kind of stuff, says you're on your own. But I'm like, Marlene, I'm not falling for this. I'm not falling for this. Okay? No, I'm being serious. Right? It's like you have this other sister, right? She has a business. Like, let me show y'all. Hold on. I ain't trying to be funny, y'all. I ain't trying to be mean, okay? I'm not even trying to be mean, okay? Right? You have this other sister, too. She had a pretty good business. Lily's Closet, right? Okay, she got to 1.4 million. And so recently she closed the brand. She sold everything, right? But my issue with her, too, when she was making money, because the girls will buy clothes. But the problem with Lily is, she buys from wholesalers. This right here, if you go to LA, you can find it. You understand? Let me show you something else. Hold up. Wait a minute. Because sometimes they'll sit here and tell you, oh, it's racism. No, it's not racism. It's about strategy. It's about knowing what you want. It's about having a vision for yourself, right? Let me show you something. Hold up. Wait a minute. You guys, do you know that once upon a time, I'm coming. I'm coming. House of CB. That girl, House of CB, she's British. She's, first of all, she's British, right? She started around like right before I came on YouTube, like so like the 2010s-ish, right? She used to sell dresses. This white girl, she used to sell dresses from AliExpress. She used to buy those knockoff Hervé Leger dresses from AliExpress, right? You understand? So that's where she started. But she understood that eventually everybody's going to go to AliExpress and they're going to be able to get the dresses. So what did she do? She started to hire in-house designers, right? So she started mix and matching. So she would she would still have dresses from like AliExpress, but then she would have like unique pieces that they had designed just for her business, right? You know, you start little by little. I think right now as it stands, I think House of CB, they have 100% in-house designers. They source their own material. They have their own seamstress people. They are fully responsible for their full manufacturing. So it's okay to start with wholesale, right? Like, because who has the money? Right. But I do believe that as the business gets bigger and bigger, you also have to have a strategy. Like, you know what? I can't keep relying on these wholesalers from Los Angeles. Right. I can't keep relying on these wholesalers from the China. Right. Because once you show this, then everybody can go buy it. So when you start making money, because I can never fault you, even me, same over here with my lashes, right? I cannot fault you for starting with what your pocket can afford. If you only have $500, how can we ask you to go do something that costs $100,000? You don't have the money. But what I'm saying is, as the business grows, you have to understand like this right here, it's not sustainable, because as I get bigger, more eyes on me, these girls can see the outfits and they can go to California, they can go to LA in that fashion district. They can buy this and start their own business and they can sell cheaper. So my issue with Lily is that at some point, you should have started to hire in-house designers. No, she bought herself a G-Wagon. Okay, hire in-house designer. It's the same thing with that other girl, with the Jamaican girl, Janice. Her same thing also, because she also used to have a business called Closet Envy, right? Same thing, right? They don't want to strategize. They don't want to pay people. They don't want to make those investments because like, oh, do I hire help or do I get myself a G-Wagon? And to a lot of these white girls, it matters more to post a G-Wagon on Instagram than to actually structure the business in the way that you will always be successful. But the thing is, if you compare her to the girl that owns House of CB, right? To me, the girl who owns House of CB, I'm not like, oh my gosh, she's so like, I'm so impressed. No, she just understood. It's the same thing with J Lux Label too, right? J Lux Label, same thing. They mix and match. Okay, they mix and match. Some of their designs, you can go on AliExpress and you can find some of these designs. Like they mix and match. And then they have other designs that they have made just for their brand. So it's like you mix and match, right? Until you can get to a place where you can fully afford to make stuff that is just for you. So now if you start to see your stuff on the internet, like on AliExpress, then you know it's your manufacturer that's selling you cheap, right? But that's how the mindset got to be. And you can't do this by yourself. And you have to be okay with paying people, right? You have to be okay with paying people. They don't want to pay people, right? Even their fellow Black women, they don't want to pay. Remember I told you about this other brand, the other girl, she raised like over $200,000. And I said, oh, why don't you send your hair care brand to this Black girl, like very, very pretty Black girl. She's like, oh, not right now. Wumpty wump. I'm like, but then she like raised like $200, like 200,000. Like even if this young lady asked for 500, what's the problem? Right? But they have a scarcity mindset. They have a cheap mindset. These girls are so mean. Y'all don't know these people. They're just so cheap. They are so cheap. They'll come here and cry. Oh, Black people, help me out. Oh, Black people, have mercy on me. Oh, Black people, make sure you buy my stuff, right? But then you got to turn around and ask yourself, okay, how many Black people do you hire? Right? Look at this other white girl right here. Let me show you, right? Another one. She's a pretty girl. She's a pretty girl, right? But it's nothing like, oh my gosh, look at her. She went to Oxford. She has like a whole crazy PhD in this. No, this girl used to work for ASOS. Okay. She used to work for ASOS. Now she created her own brand. It's called Odd Muse London, right? And so when you go on her page, y'all probably saw this dress. Like she came up with some pretty viral TikTok dress, if I'm not mistaken, right? But you see, you can see her in the office. You see? Okay. You see? And she hires a lot of people. She hires a lot of women, right? These pro-blackity black, these black women, these black-owned businesses, like, they need to tell you who's on the payroll, okay? How many jobs have you created, right? But she hires people. She goes to work. You see her in the office, right? You see her working, she goes to work. She is at work. You see her planning. You see her taking like photo shoots. Like, they even have storefronts. Oh yeah, she has like 2 storefronts in London, right? I was like, you see, it's their staff. Like, there's people there, because one person can only go so far, but a whole lot of people can even go further, right? No, they don't want to pay. They rather buy a car. They rather go on vacation and this and that. And eventually the business, it don't go far. Okay. But I'm like, if you're making a lot of money, you're making millions of dollars, right? You understand? I do believe that you should take some of that money, start to hire people, start building a team. And also, a lot of Black women have to get really comfortable hiring people that are smarter, yes, more qualified, yes, have bigger ideas, yes, and not be threatened by the fact that a girl that looks like you has a bigger brain. Okay? Just pay her what she's worth. And if you treat her right, most likely she'll stay. Okay? But a lot of times, the reason why some of these businesses do not go as far as they should, it has everything to do with the leader, the vision, and the reluctance to pay people what they're worth in order to build a team that can take your business to the next level. But why are you still sitting here after almost like 4 years solely depending on Target when you could have had a partnership with TikTok Shop? You could have learned to go live on TikTok and sell your products. Given that you have almost like 4 million followers on TikTok, it wouldn't have been that hard, right? Like this other girl, Chrisette, what's her name? Let me see if I can find. Oh yeah, what? No, what's her name? Okay, Chriselle Lim, right? This girl right here, hold on. This girl right here also, if I'm not mistaken, she came out with a perfume line, right? She came out with a perfume line, but because she did really well, I think she promoted her perfume through TikTok Shop, right? So her brand is called Fleur. He's back and find for you. Hold on. Okay, you see? So, and I think the way she got most of her money was because she was actively promoting her perfume line through TikTok. You see, TikTok, I told you, TikTok viral fragrance brand Fleur has hired a new CEO. So even though like it's not really her company, but she's like, you know what? Maybe I'm not a good CEO. So she's allowing somebody else to be the CEO, right? But I was like, that's crazy. But this perfume went completely viral off of TikTok. And now they're making like what, $60 to $70 million selling fragrances? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Why? You could say, oh, she's white, she's Asian. Ultimately, she leveraged the power of TikTok. She's not a Target. I think she's at Sephora online, maybe. I don't know if she's in store. But the majority of the sales are coming from TikTok. They're coming from TikTok. Right? So you have to hire people. Even what's her name? What's her name? What's my girl's name? Stormy, right? Stormy got really, really good with TikTok because she hired that white boy, Kyle. I guess now they're fighting. But her and Kyle, right? Kyle started working with her and he helped her to know how to understand TikTok Shop, which is how she discovered how to sell on TikTok, go live on TikTok. And now they can go live and they can make like $3 million a year. Right. And there's one part she even talked about why she does not want to go into retail because she's like, I don't like it. She'd rather sell her stuff directly. So here you are, you're crying about, oh, don't boycott Target. But Stormy's like, I don't want to go to Target because Target came to her from what she's saying. Target came to her and Target said, we would love for you to sell at Target. She was like, no, because when she sold her hair care brand, Canvas Beauty at Target, she had an awful experience. Let me see if I can find that video. Hold on. Is it this one? Hold on.
Okay, y'all, look. I got to show y'all what happened today at the warehouse. And at this point, I feel like I need to start a whole, like, series of videos about the returns. It need to be called Returns at Canvas because what goes on in the returns side of the warehouse is mind-blowing. If it ain't somebody sending back an empty box with nothing, is this? Now watch it. Okay, what happened?
So we had another customer to return the fake product of strawberry glaze.
I will find this for you.
It's the same as that person too.
What they doing?
So they're making the product, they're ordering our products, and they're turning around and sending back a fake product of named Body Glaze Strawberry Shortcake.
But so they'll order a fake one, and then they'll order a fake one from another company, and then they'll order a real one of ours, but then they'll
send
return
this
it
back to us for a return.
Why not return that to what's the game? Like, what do you think they doing?
I don't. Basically, they're trying to get a refund.
For
They're trying to get a
what?
refund for something they didn't get from us. This is theirs.
I'll find
You
it.
think they confused?
I don't think they're confused.
I've been wanting to see a fake one for so long.
Yes, that's straight Vaseline.
That's horrible. Let me smell it.
And that's ours.
I will find it. I think it's on her Instagram. I think I saved it. But she talked about like she does not want to sell a retail because it's just too much. So her thing is like she goes really hard with her TikTok shop and she makes millions. Look at all this.
All right. Listen, y'all, this is an update. We are in here working. We getting out all these orders that we had doing the Mega Galore flash sale. And listen, we're almost done. Let me show y'all what we got. Whew. Yeah, we started out with over 50,000 orders. Right now, we got about 12,000 left in post office, man, y'all. It's
50,000 orders. One time she went live, you guys, they made $3 million in one live. $3 million. And the thing is, I don't know how much TikTok shop takes from her, but it's not comparable to working at Target because like I told you, like Target is like net 45 or like maybe net 60. So you front your product because it's consignment, you front them the product and then they pay you afterwards after do all the deductions, right? When you sell on TikTok shop, once you remove TikTok's fee, payment processor fee, right? The rest of the money, it goes straight to you. You don't have to wait 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. Like it's your money. It really is your money. And I wouldn't even be surprised, like how much money she's selling. I wouldn't be surprised if TikTok has given her some kind of line of credit. I would not be surprised. But my point is, right? I think a lot of women, a lot of Black women need to get off of Instagram because it's a creature of habit and take their behinds on TikTok shop and learn how to sell on TikTok because TikTok shop is like QVC. It really is like QVC. Right. And then also I think Stormy, she does really well with her affiliates. I think she pays them well, if I'm not mistaken. But, you know, she has affiliates. They help her a lot. But today it's like she really is making a whole lot of money with her products. And unlike Tab, I think right now, like Stormy has multiple scents. Like she has multiple flavors. She has different scents, right? Tab probably has the same 4 or 5 products. It's like you got to create, like you need to have new stuff. You got to have new stuff. Got to keep it interesting. Got to keep it fun. But you can't just sit here and rely on retail because even retailers like Target, Sephora, Ulta, even Ulta, especially Ulta and Sephora, I don't even know how they're keeping up with the TikTok shop because so much beauty, makeup, skincare is being sold. You know what I mean? I mean, to me, I'm not impressed with that though. She said she did her big one, break that glass ceiling to work with mainstream corporation. I think the reason why they worked with her because of the size of her audience. Because she had like millions of people on TikTok. She had millions of people on Instagram. So for Target, it makes a lot of sense because if she can even bring 10% of people into the store to buy one thing, they'll pick up something else. Right? Because once again, these people do nothing for, they do nothing for free. And also what you don't realize also, it's like when you have people go to Target, like, so let's say she comes out with like a book or she comes out with some food, right? And so she's like, oh, you guys, I'm dropping a collection with Target, right? Target is capturing her clients. She's not capturing her clients. So she has no way of retargeting people. Like, I don't know if people understand this, right? But like, once again, what's her name? Jay, not to be offensive, right? I love you. You're very pretty. I love you, right? Okay. But I think like sometimes black people don't understand the bigger picture of business, right? And that's what that one time, if y'all remember that one time when Master P said that this white guy offered him $1 million. And then he was like, well, if you're willing to pay me $1 million, how much am I really worth? Right? Because he started like, hold up, wait a minute. Let me see if I can find the video, right? Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Hold up. Wait a minute. Okay, here it is.
for me a deal with Jimmy Iovine. It was $1 million deal.
Wow. Because you was already moving
Was that
records?
Interscope already?
Yeah.
Because this is the beginning of Interscope.
That was the beginning. They had Suge and Puff.
Right.
Wow.
At that time, they said, if you sign this deal with us, then we'll have the South, we'll have the streets.
Wow.
And I was in there with C, me and C, you know, C was like, take the $1 million.
I mean, you say C, you talking about C Murder?
Yeah,
Okay.
my brother.
Okay.
Say, take the $1 million. I say, nah, man, I'm gonna go get some lunch. I told Jimmy Iovine, I'm gonna go get some lunch. I come back. He said, if you don't come back, you'll never get a deal in this town. So I left. Me and C on the plane, about to fight. We on Southwest Airlines. I was
curious. What did you eat for lunch? What did you eat for lunch?
Peanuts and a Coke. That's what I had. So you know what I'm saying? I'm next to C, and he mad because he won't take the money. Let's go take over the project. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, bro, if this white man offered me $1 million, he don't know me. How much you think I'm worth?
Yeah,
wow. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50.
Exactly.
You know?
So my point is, right? My point is, and it's not to be whatever, but my point is, you think about the size of her audience and then you take out the overlap, right? Take the YouTube audience is like 1.5, her Instagram is like maybe 5, and then like her or TikTok's like 2, right? Put all together and take out the overlap. So let's say net she has like 3 million people, right? Those 3 million people, let's say out of those 3 million, maybe like 10% shop at Target. She doesn't capture that. She will never see that data. Like she will never know that you bought from her. She won't even know your phone number, your email. She will not. So it's like whatever they paid her to do her little food and her little outfits and her little books, I'm telling you, they made that money like 20, 40, 50 times over. It is a real thing. So in her head, she thinks she did her, I mean, you could think that she did her big one. To me, Marlene, she got used. She truly got used because data is priceless. Like you even see like when you go on these websites, like, oh, do you want to accept our cookies? Do you want us to track you across these apps, whatever? But you going to a store and allowing Target to capture all this data from your followers, they can retarget these people over and over and over and over and over and over, right? You might make like maybe 1 or 2 sales per per follower that goes into Target. Target, per that one follower, they might get 100 different transactions. And you'll never see your followers. Let's say tomorrow, you know, knock on wood, not wishing her that, but if tomorrow her relationship with Target was to fall apart, she would leave Target without even knowing whoever bought from her. She can't take her, like her database. Okay, you know what? These are the people from my community who came and bought. I get my data and I get my stuff back. So now I can start my own website and then retarget my people. She can't do that. That's why even here on YouTube, the majority of big YouTubers will say, oh, you need to have like, what's it called? Like a MailChimp. Like you need to have like an email list. You need to have like some kind of text message system, you know, so that you can keep up with these people in case YouTube is not sending out notifications, right? In case YouTube does something crazy to your channel, in case, because you have no data. You have no data. Like you're giving them access to your audience. Hey, boo-boo, hey, Goldie. So whatever she made with those Target deals, I promise you, they will make money for the next 10 years. Because if the average Tabitha Brown follower is like 30, right? How much you want to bet that by the time they're 50, they're still going to be shopping at Target? Right? It's like slave catcher business. Like, I'm not trying to be offensive, right? But it's like you're selling your people. You're selling them your people for a bulk lump sum of payment. And maybe you get to have like your little trinkets, like your little wine glasses, whatever. But the real gold mine here is the data. Because when you can capture things like name, age, email address, right? And things like that, you can continue to retarget the person and make all kinds of money. Right? What TikTok shop for her, from what I have seen with what's that girl's name? Was Stormy, for example, right? Stormy, one could make the argument that being on the TV show, even though she's not the most liked on the show, married to Marriage Huntsville, right? Maybe that did help her, maybe not. But the kind of money Stormy has made, giving the infrastructure that she has built in such a short amount of time, Stormy is probably making more than Tab. Absolutely. Because the money goes directly to you. And like I said earlier, maybe you were not here. She's not fronting her products to TikTok. TikTok is a platform that she uses to sell her products. Now, we could say TikTok also doesn't give you your customers' data. But at the same time, it's not holding your products in consignment. She holds her product. She sets the rates for her product. And if you are part of the TikTok Shop University Partnership Program, right, there are moments where even TikTok will subsidize shipping. There are a lot of companies on TikTok who've gotten their they've gotten their shipping paid for. So the customer doesn't pay and the seller doesn't pay. So like there was a season with TikTok Shop, especially like 2023, when they were going super hard to promote TikTok Shop. So the seller would not pay for shipping. The buyer was not paying for shipping, and you can get a coupon code. So let's say I'm selling something for like $20, right? Okay. And then TikTok gives you a 20% coupon. So now it's like, it should be $18. Well, you pay $18 without shipping, and I still received the $20. Like TikTok was eating up a lot of the cost. When it comes to retail, a lot of these big box retailers, they're like the mob. They don't eat any of the cost. They send the cost right to the seller. Right? So the kind of deals that TikTok, and I took some classes with them also. Even the classes, if you ever get a chance to sign up for a TikTok Shop to be a seller on TikTok Shop, they have a whole TikTok Shop seller university. Like they have resources, they have classes, like they will email you like, hey, Marlene, on Friday, we're having this, and they'll break down a lot of stuff to you. You will never see, as far as I'm concerned, I have never seen nor have I ever heard that Ulta or Sephora or Costco or Walmart, they're actively talking to their sellers, having classes with their sellers, like teaching them stuff and this, and that. I never seen it. But for me, I will definitely recommend that somebody sells on TikTok Shop as opposed to you giving somebody $700,000, $900,000, $1 million worth of product on consignment, hoping that in the next 30 to 60 days, they pay you on time. That's crazy. That to me is really, really crazy. And I have seen some people go to Ulta and honestly, they would have like cold sweats. They give you these big purchase orders. I remember there was one person, I said, you and these purchase orders, right? Because like initially, this is how I felt. I felt like the person was trying to flex on me, like, oh, look, I have these purchase orders and like, you know, Ling and Lashes, like, because I was just selling by myself. So I was not in retail, but it was given like the person was trying to flex, like, oh, I want you to see my purchase orders, right? Because I guess the person, the Libra, was trying to evoke jealousy in me. I'm like, I'm not going to be jealous of me. I'm happy for you. But I did tell the person, you might want to be careful because when you're working with retail, I think any retail that you work with, you should have a limit. Right? Because these people will keep sending you purchase orders. And because you see the big dollar amount, you know, oh yeah, they're good for it. They're good for it. How do you know? There are a lot of people who are currently suing Macy's because Macy's don't pay their bills. There are a lot of people who are suing Neiman Marcus because they don't pay their bills. There are a lot of vendors who haven't gotten paid by Macy's. There are a lot of vendors who have not gotten paid by Neiman's. There are a lot of vendors who also have not gotten paid by Beard of Goodman, right? They haven't gotten paid. And I told the person, if I was you, I would have a limit. Like, you know what? I would love to send you more, but you're going to have to pay me first because that, like, you are exposing yourself. And I'm sure since we're blackity black, it's like, well, you're not there. What do you know? You know, people think they're always better than you. But I think for me, you always have to limit risk because you just never know. A lot of people, you can look at the big name and think they're good for it, but they're not going to pay you. And even if you want to take them to court, they're bigger than you. Like, how far can you go? How far can you go? But there are plenty of vendors who've gone bankrupt. Sephora has bankrupted people. Sephora has bankrupted OCC Liptar. The Macy's has bankrupted people. Neiman Marcus has bankrupted people. Beard of Goodman has bankrupted people. They have preferred vendors like Christian Louboutin. Like, they'll pay him on time. But other people's like, you know what? F it. Get in the blood. What you gonna do? Right? So then when the whole COVID hit, the invoices were not getting paid because the stores were closed. So they hit the block and said, well, we can't pay your invoice right now because we're not selling. So now here you are, your whole, like, you fronted your product. You're like, you gave these people millions of dollars worth of products. And then they're telling you, we're not going to pay you. A lot of vendors during COVID were not getting paid. So your stuff would be at Ulta, your stuff would be at Walmart or Costco or Sephora, for example, right? And they're not paying you because their excuse is, well, our stores are closed. We're not selling as much as we used to, so we need you to work with us and wait. What you gonna do? If you're selling on TikTok Shop, nobody's like, that's your money, right? You're in custody of your products. You sell your products. If there's no cash, there's no sale. If you're not receiving your product, you're not shipping anything. Or even if TikTok says we want to hold your money until the customer gets their goods, but you know, once the stuff is delivered, TikTok is going to release your money. But at most, it might be like 7 to 10 days before you get your money. When you go into retail, not only are you fronting the product on consignment, you have to hold your breath for the next 30, 60, 90 days, hoping that they pay you on time. And that, me personally, I would not recommend that to people. And that's why the majority of people who sell retail have to get investors, because it's extremely dangerous. It is extremely dangerous. If they don't pay you, your business is done. Like the guy from OCC Liptar, he ended up owing $750,000 to Sephora. He didn't have the money, so he had to go file for bankruptcy. Right? It could be even another reason why someone like Jeffree Star also never really went to retail like that. He went to retail through Morphe a little bit, but for the most part, Jeffree sells direct to consumer, because maybe you don't want to front all this product and it's a problem. Or even when he had his little scandal, Morphe said, well, we either going to return the stuff to you, or we just have to like just dump your stuff. And then his stuff was all over Marshalls. It was all over TJ Maxx. And then your brand takes a hit. He's like, oh, well, if I can buy it at TJ Maxx, why would I pay for this full price? So retail is extremely dangerous. And I think a lot of times, like when it comes to working with like predominantly white-owned businesses, right? A lot of Black people, because they have internalized white supremacy, not trying to be offensive, but they put white people on a pedestal. So when they do something with a white man, it's like, oh, we broke the ceiling. Because white people are always a standard to a lot of Black people. It's like, not really. Just because you are at Target or because you work with white folks does not mean that you broke a ceiling. They make you feel that way. They want you to feel that way so that you are going to be okay with being taken advantage of. Right? Based on, oh, I won an Oscar. Like when, what's her name? When Halle Berry won an Oscar for Monsters Ball. Yeah, because she let all kinds of crazy white boys do whatever to her in the movie. Right? When Denzel Washington won an Oscar because he played a corrupt drug dealer who's a cop. I mean, all kinds of foolishness, right? But it's like, oh, we broke a ceiling. Why? Because white people are involved. Like, we got to stop doing that. We got to stop doing that, right? We have to really look at the numbers. Like, we have to look at the numbers. And it's like, okay, what do I gain? What do they gain? What am I giving up? What are they giving up? And we really have to stop being impressed with white people, the structures of white people, the stores of white people, the Grammys of white people, the Emmys of white people, the whatever, the Oscars of white people, right? There are people out here who are like, oh, I need to win an Oscar. I need to win an Oscar. No, you don't. Just because something is designated or created by white people, it doesn't mean that you have to have it, right? Monique won an Oscar. Look how she was treated. Okay. Oh, so I'm like, you have to know your numbers and it has to make sense. But ultimately, I would also say this: you should never rely on just one retail partner. You have to find ways to sell your stuff across the board. Like whether it's Target, whether it's you also having some of your stock selling on TikTok Shop, even with YouTube, you can put, if you have over 1,000 subscribers, if you're monetized on YouTube, you can also have your store on YouTube and you can sell your own products directly to consumers on YouTube. But you should always be able to like also ship some of the stuff yourself, right? Retail, it should be like an addition. Like, okay, I have a great place to sell, but I'm doing this in addition to. But retail should not be the main vehicle through which you sell your products, because that's not guaranteed. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't know. Yeah, you have to sell your own stuff. And also consignment, you're also selling your stuff at half a price. It's a lot. So if something goes for like $6, like I know Sephora, for example, Sephora takes like 50%. So if something is $20, they'll take 10, you take 10. Okay. Ulta, I think Ulta does like 40%. So if it's $20, they'll take like $8 and you'll keep $12. Right? You'll keep $12. So you give it a consignment, they get it at a discount. They take a lot of fees out your money, right? You got to get there on time. You can't be there late. You got to package things right. You have to label things right. And if things are messed up and they have to redo it, they will charge you for every item that they have to repackage, or they'll charge you for every item that they have to relabel. I mean, these people are so brutal. They are so brutal, right? Also, when it comes to returns also, right? Whatever that store return policy is, you have to adhere to it. So if you have a store like Nordstrom, for example, like Nordstrom pretty much does like lifetime returns. So, and I have seen people like buy Fendi bags, used up the Fendi bag, and then 2-3 years later, they go to Nordstrom and they return it. And instead of like, prorating it, okay, you've used it. So maybe like, since you bought it at 1,000 and you've used it, we might give you back like 250. No, Nordstrom will give them back the full $1,000. So here you are, you're a business. You think, okay, this sale happened 3 years ago. You close it in your books. No, now you get a bill from Nordstrom. Okay, you owe us $1,000 because this client returned it. And because we have to honor our return policy, we give her back the money in full, right? Because it's like if somebody had to come to your website, somebody had to return through your customer service, you probably have more of a say so. Okay, well, we can give you a partial refund. We're not going to accept it. You might find a way to not get the return. Okay, let's send you something else. We're not going to do a return. Okay. But when you sell retail also, whatever that store's policy is, that also has to be your policy. Even if the person used up all the product, like the girl bought the conditioner, she used all the conditioner. Now she goes to Target and she said, oh, you know what? I realized that, this didn't work for me. You're like, lady, this is completely empty. Whatever. You don't ask any question. You give her back her money. And then you get a bill. And then you also get the package. Okay, but there's no conditioner in this. Like, yeah, but that's what we do. Right? So it's like, it really is. It really is a lot. Like retail can destroy people's businesses. Me personally, if I had to choose between going to retail versus like TikTok shop, I would do TikTok shop. I really would. Now, if you have an investor, then I guess at that point you don't care too much. It's not really your money. And maybe that's why like Shea Moisture, Mael, and Main Choice, they had to go with like investors like Unilever, Procter & Gamble, et cetera, because these people have way deeper pockets. So if there are a bunch of returns, a bunch of foolishness, and you don't get paid, your invoices, right? They can make sure that all that stuff is sorted out. But for an individual, it can be a lot. Yeah, but you see, and that's the thing, Jay, and that's the mindset we have to change. That really is the mindset we have to change, right? And instead of looking at, okay, where is the person selling? Maybe we should look at quality. Like, what is she selling? Not where she's selling. But I think part of the trick, again, is the illusion of if it's in a store, it's better. If it's not in the store, it's bad. I don't know. It depends, right? And this is where we should have honest influencers. Because if we had honest influencers, you're like, you know what, you guys, yes, going to a Target is nice, but this lady, she has way better products. She might not be a Target, but she has a better product, right? If we had honest influencers, unfortunately today, we have influencers that are quite unethical, so they will push whatever because they got to make money. But this is where influencers could really help to kind of even out the big dollars from these big corporations versus small indie companies that truly care about the customer, that source the best ingredients. They're truly mindful about what they put in there. They're creating products with a lot of ethics and integrity, that the customer may have the best skin, may have the best hair, may have the best results, right? You understand? But no, unfortunately, we have influencers that can be bought and they push foolishness onto people. You know what I mean? But people can be really, really crazy. People can be really crazy. So I'm like, but TikTok shop, from what I have seen, right? I'll tell you this. From what I have seen, TikTok shop has changed a lot of lives without putting so much of a burden. But I'm telling you this, Jay, when they were first introducing TikTok shop in 2023, the kind of deals, they had for sellers, it was ridiculous. I am telling y'all this, right? Even if you currently have a TikTok, you don't have to sell, right? Just apply to see if you can sell under your own name, right? Just so you can see the kind of emails that they give you. They have a whole website, but you got to be approved. But once you're approved, you can go into the website. It's like TikTok Seller University. They have bunch of courses, bunch of stuff, but it's you really do feel like TikTok wants you to win. They're not here to take advantage. These retailers, they're here to take advantage. Okay. And then the people who do well, they do get to travel. They do get to meet the TikTok team. They do get to do really cool things that I don't see a lot. I think Sephora has an event. Sephora has an event for their vendors. Hey, Bruna. Ulta also has an event for their sellers. I don't know about Target, if they have an event for their vendors, right? But even comparing YouTube to TikTok or Instagram to TikTok, on an influencer side, I even feel like they take better care of people. How many influencers have met the CEO of TikTok? A lot of people. How many influencers have met the CEO of Instagram? Okay. How many influencers have gone to TikTok headquarters and had a good old time? A lot of them. Okay. And different sizes, like millions to like not that many people. How many influencers have been invited over to the Meta headquarters? Okay. Even YouTube, like, you know what I'm saying? But like TikTok, it's like TikTok, those people are really out, like those Chinese people, they're really outside. They want to get to know their influencers. They want to get to know their sellers. Like they truly work with these people to make sure they're successful. But I'm like, you'll see the CEO of TikTok. He's out here taking pictures, talking to people, eating with people. He might even post you on his page. How many times have you seen Adam from Instagram invite people, talk to people, connect with people? He's very standoffish. Okay. I'm like, you see, this is why you don't have a good product, right? YouTube, they tried. Like sometimes if you do, because they happen with my fitness page, like with TikTok, with YouTube now, they're trying to somewhat be like TikTok. So if I don't know, but because when I had like 60,000 people on my fitness page, right? But I'll tell you this, YouTube nowadays, you guys, when you get to a certain level of subscribers, like a certain amount of like views, whatever, they will reach out to you, and you can have like a mini community partner, like a manager person. So they usually have like classes on Fridays. They have Zoom meetings on Fridays. I got kicked out because when I got pregnant, I stopped posting, so they kicked me out. But if you reach a certain number of subscribers and you have a certain number of views, like YouTube is not being more intentional at giving people a community manager early on, so you have more help. I look for my old emails. Like, if you guys care, I'll show that to you, right? I'm like, oh, that's crazy. Because before, the old YouTube, like, you had to wait until you had like 500,000 to 1 million subs for somebody to even say hi to you. Okay? Make it make sense. But now that they're seeing how the TikTok people are really like building relationships with influencers, inviting them over, talking to them, mentoring them, right? They're trying to do the same thing here at YouTube. So you'll see it like on your dashboard. Like one day you'll get an email and then you'll be invited. And also, they want to push YouTube Shop as well. They want to encourage more people to do YouTube shopping. Okay, so they try to have a manager for you. They try to tell you like what's on sale, what brand you can push, blah 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 blah. But Instagram, they're still not doing that. They're still not personable like that, right? So Marlene, I will say this: if you care to listen to me, I think for the most part, retail is dead. Yes, retail is dead. I think today people are shopping online. People are more on their phone than like they're going to a store, right? So it's like whatever money you're going to spend on retail, I will say spend that money on your digital presence. Like going live on YouTube and selling live on YouTube, right? Going live on TikTok, selling live on TikTok, having online stores. So as the person watches the video, they can shop right then and there. Right now, one could say you might want to have like a good like logistic company. So either you're shipping fast or you find somebody that can ship fast for you. But it makes more sense. It makes more sense for you to rethink the way the world is going. Because I'm telling you, like Sephora and Ulta, if they're not careful, if Sephora does not move fast and find a way to partner with TikTok Shop might become the biggest corner for beauty and skincare and things of the sort. The way these Koreans are selling skincare on TikTok, y'all, it's kind of scary. Okay. You have companies that are going ultra viral, like Medicube. Who else is there? This one too, right? Orencia. Pharmacy is also trying, but a lot of Korean skincare brands are really going crazy. Like they're going extremely viral on TikTok. And the entire time, the company is in South Korea. Like, what the heck? Right? Because that is where the future is. It's online shopping, it's digital shopping. It's me seeing an influencer, trying it, using it, and ordering right there, right then. When somebody goes to Target, if you really think about it, if you care to think about it this way, somebody goes to Target, there's so much going on in Target, she might even forget why she got there. Like you might be like, oh, you know what? I'm going to Target because I want to buy this from Tab. But baby, by the time you get in there, you might go to the skincare section. You might go to the I don't know, the clothing section. You might go to the home goods section. You might even forget what you came in there for, because it's a lot of stuff going on. When somebody is on TikTok or YouTube, whatever, especially TikTok and YouTube, but when somebody's on TikTok or YouTube, they see the product, like, okay, I see the product, I like it. If there's a coupon, if there's free shipping, they're gonna put it in their cart, they're gonna buy it. Right? But having to get in my car, drive to Target, see all this stuff, then I have to remember why I came here, right? do I really want this? Right? There's a lot, like it's a lot of time for somebody to change their mind. When you're on TikTok shop, like when you're like you're scrolling on TikTok mindlessly, like, oh, what's that? What's that? What's that? You see it, there's a coupon. TikTok puts a timer on the coupon. You have like free shipping. Like, you know what? Maybe I get it. But Marlene, for example, I don't see myself going to Target to buy products. No. Okay. I can just buy it on TikTok shop. And it's like you have this whole ecosystem because you want to buy something. Usually, like you'll have the reviews, right? Like, so you have somebody showing it to you. You have the price, you have the shipping, you have the coupon, and then you have reviews. Yeah, you have reviews. You see pictures. It's very, very interactive. So I'm like, more companies just need to focus on that, like creating a digital interactive experience for people to buy. Because if you think somebody's going to go to Target and even remember to buy your stuff, she might forget and be like, oh, wow, I went in for this, I forgot. Because it's a lot of distraction, right? It's a lot of distraction. When you have them on TikTok and they're focused on your stuff, right price, right coupon, free shipping, and they can get it with like 3 days, you know? And then another thing also, if you care to consider, is that receiving something in the mail feels more exciting than going to the store and buying it. Right? When you go to the store and you buy something, you don't get the same dopamine hit as you do when you get something in the mail. Getting something in the mail feels like you're getting a gift, even though you're paying for it, but it just makes you feel special. Okay? Whether it's like the packaging of it all, I mean, just the act of receiving it in the mail, the packaging of it all, a note in there, like, you know, branded packaging, right? This is something that most people don't get at Target. You go to Target, you walk, you might get distracted, you buy it. They're going to ask you, do you want a plastic paper bag, a plastic bag? They might charge you 5 cents, but I'm like, you're coming home with a bunch of Target bags. Like, it's not that cute. Something comes in the mail, you feel special, right? And a lot of people are addicted to receiving stuff in the mail because it does give you the feeling of, oh, look, I'm getting a gift today, which is, you know what I'm saying? And you don't mind spending your money this way. But when you have to go to the store and, you know, go to the register, swipe your card, get the plastic bag, it doesn't feel as special. You know, I don't know. That's the way I think of it. But I like shopping online. At the store, good luck. Okay. So where are we? Hold on. Where's she at? Where is she? She's right here. Okay.
Just go take all your stuff and pull it off the shelves. There's a process. And then you got to, like, where you going to put it?
Yeah, it's crazy.
You got to have a place to store it. That's money, right? You got to have another place to sell it, which is almost impossible sometimes. And even if
no, it's not impossible. You have the wrong mindset. People who are selling on TikTok from Korea, how they doing it? You don't have the right mindset, sis.
You sell online. It's a process when it comes to business, and everyone does not have the funds. Or
okay, so my thing is, then how does Stormy do this? Right? How does Stormy do all of this? So, do you want to do it or not? Okay. How does Stormy do it? And my thing is, y'all.
Okay, quick heads up, y'all. I'm doing.
Let me tell you this. See all this right here. And maybe I'm going to say this too, huh? People might not want to listen to me, but whatever. Like sometimes if you really want your business to be successful and it costs a lot of money, then you pack your stuff and you move out of LA. Right? I mean, all of this is nice of America. So LA is extremely expensive. Square footage is extremely expensive in LA. Like Stormy, I also believe that one thing that works to her advantage is that she's in Alabama. So square footage there is extremely cheap. What you might pay for a 20,000 square feet, 50,000, even 100,000 square feet warehouse in Alabama, how much you think you're paying in LA? Can you even get that space in LA? I don't know. Right? So sometimes you have to move. It's part of doing business. Right? Or you can even go to Vegas. I mean, I think like now, like a lot of warehouses are more expensive in Vegas. But you know, in Vegas, you don't have taxes. Like they don't have like state income taxes. Right? So a lot of people are moving their fulfillment centers in Vegas. Right? Or you can move down south, somewhere that's extremely cheap. So your warehouse is cheap. Your labor is cheap, right? People are really friendly. So you get to save more money this way because certain things might not be possible out of Los Angeles because the square footage there is extremely expensive. Take Mr. Beast, for example, right? Jimmy is in North Carolina. He's the biggest YouTuber and he's not in LA, right? And they've asked him that, oh, would you ever go to LA? Like, would you ever move, like relocate to LA? He's like, no. If I need to go there, I can just catch a flight. But it makes more sense for him. So he's in North Carolina. His studio's in North Carolina. Land is cheaper out there. He has a big old studio. He hires a whole lot of people, right? But the cost of living and the cost of land and the cost of doing business in North Carolina is way more affordable than doing business in Los Angeles, right? So sometimes for the sake of your business, you might have to relocate because where you're currently living, you're not going to thrive. But I'm like, Stormy, if you ever listen to Stormy's story, like maybe we'll do this like another day, but if you ever listen to her story, like 2022, she almost filed for bankruptcy. Okay. Because the old Canva Beauty, I don't know, stuff happened. Maybe she mishandled the money. A partner mishandled the money, but ultimately stuff happened. The money was missing, y'all. And so she almost filed for bankruptcy. TikTok Shop changed her life. She had no money. She had no money. TikTok Shop, I forgot what video it was, but one video went viral, like 400,000 views. People started placing all kinds of orders. She embraced TikTok Shop. She embraced online, like live selling on TikTok, right? And it changed her life. So to say, oh, it requires a lot of money, no. You got to have the nose. Like you got to have the nose for technology. You got to have the nose for technology. You have to be on top of trends and you have to follow where the young people are going because where the young people are, that's where the money is. Wherever the young people are, that's where the money resides, right? And sometimes maybe like I said, you might change like your flavors, your packaging, just so you can appeal to young people. It's like Sol de Janeiro, right? That brand also, you know how long Sol de Janeiro has been at Sephora, right? Oh Lord, this lady. Okay. But it wasn't really selling, right? I'm surprised she hasn't blocked me. She likes to like block people all over the place. Why did she block me here? But anyways, right? Sol de Janeiro, they used to be a target at Sephora for a very, very, very long time. And people did not care about Sol de Janeiro. Somehow they found a way through them kids on the TikTok, putting the music, doing this TikTok foolishness, right? Next thing you know, Sol de Janeiro goes bonkers. Everybody wants it. Everybody wants to buy it. Like, I'm like, what the heck? Right? And so you realize like where the young people are, that's where the money resides, y'all. And so when you have a business, you got to go there. If you don't have the energy to go there, you should hire a young person to be your social media manager because they will do this gladly. I mean, they do it for free anyways. Like they just scroll mindlessly on the phone. So you know what I'm saying? But I'm like, you should let the young people do it. But where the young people go, that's where the money resides. That's where trends are made, you know, and then it permeates to YouTube and then Instagram and things like that. But I'm like, Sol de Janeiro, I remember those people. They have been at Sephora for a very long time, and they were not moving like this. Even Drunk Elephant. Drunk Elephant also, they went like cultish because of TikTok. Because Northwest, she was doing her skincare routine on that little girl. She takes her mom's stuff and she does like her skincare routine on TikTok. So she's 10 years old. So all these little 10-year-old people who keep up with her and her cousins wanted to also try, what's it called? Drunk Elephant, right? So they went crazy because of TikTok. And then you have this brand, the girl, she noticed, this girl right here, right? Bubble, the lady who owns this brand, she noticed that the young people were obsessed with Drunk Elephant. So her packaging, especially this one, it kind of mimics Drunk Elephant, like you squeeze at the top and the product come at the top, right? Like this, right? You understand? But it's because she saw that the young people wanted to buy Drunk Elephant, but it's not for them, right? So she made something colorful, the right kind of packaging, and then she targets these little 10, 12, 13-year-olds. I even bought that for Stefan. And I bought it for Lacey's daughter, right? Another niece. I bought that for all the nieces for Christmas. And the young people love it because nowadays, 10-year-old, 9, 12, they're all getting into skincare. It's crazy. It's really crazy. But when you have, and that's the thing, like when you have a business, like you really have to keep up with young people. Oh, yes, forehead. Ooh, like it is a real thing. Right. But today, Bubble is one of young's people, like the little people like Stefan's age. I don't know what they're called. What are they? Gen Y, Gen B? I don't know. But like little 10-year-olds like that, like preteens, Bubble is their favorite skincare. So then when I was buying it, All the moms are like, but Marlene, how'd you know about this? I'm like, yeah, because I stay outside. I told you this. I'm always outside. But this is the brand for young people. And it has the same, like, the squeeze, the thing like that. It's the same thing as Drunken Elephant. So she got the same component. Gen Alpha, is that their name? Like Stefan's age? Yes. You know, so you have to go there. Like even with Donna's recipe, you might have to change the packaging because it could be that the packaging feels old. So maybe something more colorful, like different for TikTok, right? Like you see, and if you notice too, like all the brands that do really well on TikTok are extremely bright.
This week.
You see, so also it's like it's extremely bright. They love colorful stuff. There's this other one also. Hold on. Let me show you Drunk Elephant real quickly. Hold on. Okay. You see, Drunk Elephant also extremely colorful. See, it's the same. Let her open this, right? It's the same component. So that's what she used for Bubble. So that way the kids, they get the feel of like the Drunk Elephant stuff without actually having these super active ingredients. They're just way too potent for little people. Like it's excessive, right? So also here, got a lot of color, very, very cute. You know, the kids love it. They love colorful stuff. There's this new brand that came out. And I think they're going to do really well also because it really is giving TikTok friendly, right? But you see, very cute, very colorful, excessive packaging, right? So my advice, like if I was to be a business coach to like any Black women, first of all, stop being obsessed with blackity black, okay? Understand young people and design your packaging for young people and then create a product for young people in mind. And then you'll see they're all going to buy it. But I think Daisy is going to do super well I think they're going to sell really well on TikTok. Like I really see 626. I really see this brand going viral on TikTok because that's like, it's the TikTok aesthetic. Like they love colorful stuff. The next one is, hold on. Let me show you this brand. Jisoo also, yeah, she does really well. Her brand was doing well, but I do believe like TikTok took this brand to a whole nother level. Okay. And they have super cute packaging, super cute colors. Like the people love it. Hold on. She's showing her packaging. Don't know. Hold on. You see? This the new packaging they have. So it's like you really have to work on that because you might have to change your packaging and make it interesting for the young people, right? But TikTok can truly change your life. It really can. But I'm like, she was selling, but like going viral on TikTok, it took her brand to a whole new level. Like now, Jisoo is like a cult icon. Like it's a cultish thing. Everybody wants to wear it. Like it's crazy. It's really, really crazy. So I will say, if you want to have a brand, like you should really focus on, I mean, hopefully TikTok stays in America. I hope, but if it stays in America, like you should really focus on selling on TikTok Shop and not thinking about going to retail because that model is almost obsolete. It really is. And you can buy all of this for the most part on TikTok Shop. So I'm like, why would I go to Sephora? And sometimes you can even get better deals. Sephora, you might have like 2-3 sales a year. Yeah, no, not doing that.
Or the means or the availability, the space to house their own products, right? But the thing that concerns me the most, and I want you to hear me and hear me well, if we all decide to stop supporting said businesses and say, I can't buy nothing from there, even the businesses who were affected by the DEI ban, right? What that does is you take all our sales and they dwindle down. And then those companies get to say, oh, your products are not performing. And they can remove them from the shelves and then put their preferred businesses on the shelves. And then what happens to all the businesses who've worked so hard to get where they are?
But my point is, whether DI was rolled back or not, I will say this. Given the current competition with what is happening on TikTok Shop is real. if you guys have TikTok, I am telling you, you need to like look at TikTok Shop and see what's going on. Like it's a movement. It's real. So even me, I think I'm like borderline addicted to TikTok Shop. Like, I might be. Okay. I might be. They get my money a whole lot, right? But I'm like, if you have TikTok, you need to really look at the TikTok Shop and see what's going on there. So I'm like, and on top of that too, you get to see reviews like Stormy with her body butters, right? She has over 500,000 reviews. Like 500,000, and these are not fake. It's not like Sephora. Like Sephora has had issues with like fake reviews, like, you know, with this one brand called Sunday something. I forgot what it was. But I'm like, these are real reviews because these are actual orders. But I'm like, I don't know how many units she sold or to how many people she sold. But when you see a business that has 500,000 reviews, right? Even people like Target will be like, wow, we want that in our stores. It's not a black thing. It's not a white thing. It's a business thing, right? I'm sure even Ulta would be like, wow, we want that in our stores, right? Because retailers want foot traffic. They want brands that can bring a lot of traffic into the store, right? So even if you take out the whole DI, black people want to cancel Target, take that out of the equation. If long term you're not also competing on TikTok Shop, right? And your presence is not being felt, Target is going to say, you know what, we like you, but we'd rather have a TikTok brand in our store as opposed to you. So you still have to compete. So that's why, like me, I was a bit lost with her, like her mindset, like where she was going with this. Because I'm like, Tam, if they even kept DEI, it doesn't mean that you're going to stay there. They could have kept DEI. They could have done everything to make black people happy, and your sales would have gone down. Why? Because little by little, a lot of people are having more of an affinity for brands they can find on TikTok, right? Like, you know what? I'd rather buy from TikTok. So if you don't compete also on TikTok, these brands, these retailers can come back and say, you know what? You don't have enough of a TikTok presence. And right now, we want to have TikTok businesses that are doing well, that have lots of reviews. We'd rather give these people space in our stores because we see the sales, we see the reviews, we see how people feel about this brand, right? Because these businesses, they also want to evolve. They want to be trendy too. Like they want to keep up with what's going on, right? So if you're not selling, eventually you're going to go. Right. So I'm like, so when you go to retail, like the marketing, it doesn't stop. The marketing does not stop. I think a lot of people say, oh, you know what? Oh, I've made it to retail. Now I can rest. And it's like, no, it's just getting started. Right. There's no resting when you own a business. If you need to rest, you need to sell the business and then you can rest. But if you're actively going to be the CEO of the business, you don't get to rest. Right. Because you have to see, like even Amazon right now, like Amazon is trying to compete with TikTok Shop. But the problem is Amazon is not a social media platform, so it's a bit hard, right? YouTube is, we'll see how that goes, right? But my thing is, if you're not up and trendy and people are not talking about you and you're not causing conversation, ultimately, they're going to come to you and say, you know what? It was nice having you, but this space right here, we can give it to somebody who has 500,000 reviews on TikTok. And like, it makes sense. So you can't rest. Like, nobody is going to carry your company on their backs. Nobody is. Like, for real.
Then what happens, right? Now, I know that something that could solve it is ownership of these big corporations, right?
We're diversifying.
It's a long way to go there.
No,
there are amazing companies like the Village Market in Atlanta, right? Who support small businesses, and you can go in there and there's some amazing things that you can buy, but it's one store and it's very small. We're talking about mass market. You can't build that overnight. Do we all sometimes have these big dreams and aspirations to do that? Absolutely, right? But it is easier said than done, but it's not impossible. But until then, and in order to get there, we unfortunately have to play the game.
No, we don't.
And in playing that game,
and this is exactly what Steve Harvey told Auntie Monique. Oh, you got to play the game. Let them disrespect you. Let them abuse you. No. You have to play no game. Okay. You got to be smart. That's it. You don't have to be in retail. My thing is, if you don't want to work and you just, I front my products, y'all pay me 30, 90 days, I'm okay with that. That's cool. That's what you want to do. But that's not the game that you have to play. Okay? Because there are a lot of brands who are currently selling on TikTok, making I forgot what brand it was that made like $10 million on TikTok. I forgot who it was, right? And they're not selling at retail. They are excessively focusing on social media and how to like get people to buy their product. Even Nick Bayer. Nick does not sell retail. Like he makes all kinds of crazy money. And he sells like supplements, like they're big, they're bulky. Like he has a lot of product, right? So I'm like, how is Nick doing it? How's Nick doing it, right? And he started on YouTube. Like he's a YouTuber. So how is he doing it? Because he wants to do it. I saw his hold on, let me show you his latest episode. Hold on. I watched a video recently. Look at one. Man. Did you show the warehouse? Are they building a new warehouse again?
The rail will be parallel to the roof and to that beam on the top, which looks very sleek when it's open.
The batten. So I'm gonna. Oh, we did it. We turned G1M Sport into an RT. This in person.
I mean, look at his warehouse.
This is the future BPN.
You see? This is a YouTuber. So you get what I'm trying to say. So I'm like, don't sell your mediocrity to Black people. Because one thing I cannot stand, you guys, one thing I cannot stand is people who try to convince Black people, oh, you know, this is the only way. This is the only way, Black people. You know, this is how we have to do it. You know, this is the only way. We have to play by their rules. In this day of social media, y'all, nah. Don't let anybody put a ceiling over your head. And don't let anybody convince you that this is the way. No, that's the way that you chose. And now it seems like it ain't gonna work, huh? Okay. All right. No. Okay. I think I remember that. I'll look it up, right? Y'all, you should look at Nick Bayer and you should see where he started. You got when I tell you this man opens a new warehouse every day. It's like, what the heck? I'm like, yeah. He opens a new warehouse every day. Oh, we're getting this new warehouse. Oh, we're buying this new warehouse. Oh, I'm getting this other warehouse. Oh, this warehouse. Oh, this new warehouse. Oh, this warehouse. It's like, yeah, where you got all this money from? Right? And once again, he doesn't sell. He's not in stores. He could have gone to GNC. He's not GNC. The world is changing, you guys. Hold on. Let me see if I can show you the warehouse. Hold on. Y'all need to see this. Y'all, when I tell you I love Nick Bayer, it's not even funny. Hold on. Look at their warehouse, y'all. Look at their warehouse. Hold on. It starts right here, right? Look at this. Look at this. This is ridiculous. I'm like, you know how much stuff they can ship in a day? All of this, he installed all this. I'm like, this is insanity. This man is self-funded. This man is self-funded, you guys. So, I'm self-funded and it's so hard. Then make more YouTube videos. Talk more about your product. It's like Taraji P. Henson. She'll sit here and cry all day, but she has like 11 million subscribers or followers. I'm like, girl, make more videos, make more content. Okay. We are tired of y'all complaining. But I'm like, this is what they do. He'd be like, oh, we're buying a new warehouse. We're opening a new warehouse. We're doing this with a new warehouse. You see cameras. Look at that. You got that's where sometimes I see him like Nick, he's something else. Like he is really, really something else. And all of this, he's not even big on TikTok. All of this, he built this through YouTube though. Running every day on YouTube. He runs and he runs and he runs. Like he's obsessed with YouTube. He's always posting a video. Consequently, here we are. It is insane. I'm like, what is this? You got to get into his stuff, though. You got to get into it. So I'm like, no, that's how you chose to play the game. And now you're scared, right? Because even with your YouTube channel, instead of sitting here and doing these like Friday night podcasts with her husband, talking about relationships, maybe you should create more hair content. Use the product, sis. Use the product. Talk about the product. Sell the products, okay? But it's like, no, nobody owes you to carry your company on their backs.
We got to be smarter than the ones who think they're in control. Okay? And I say that to say, don't allow trying to be mindful with how I say this, because I want God to give me the right words, but don't allow foolishness to take us into separation and weed us out. Do you understand? Because sometimes that's what they want. And in times like this, they're telling us that. Okay? So as frustrating as I listen, as frustrating as the whole situation is, as frustrated as I am, as all of you are, we still got to be smart. Now, you can still go into those stores if you choose to and buy specific brands that you want to support and let the other things, right, not get your money. But be very specific. There's so many women, right, that have worked hard to be a woman-owned business. Donna's Recipe is two women, me and Gina Wu is my business partner. We are self-funded. We're self-funded. And we are on shelves in limited doors at Target, right? Other companies, right? There's a Black History Month is coming right now, and all of these brands are about to be showcased, some of them for the first time. And of course, they would do something like this right now, but they still need their moment. They still need our support. Only if you feel like you can and are willing to. I ain't telling you what to do. I'm telling you what, as a business owner, what we still need until we can get to another place, right? And I don't know when that other place will be. I know for me, I'm under contract. I'm gonna give it to you 100. I got another year. Then I make a decision. Okay. So many other businesses are just starting. They're just getting in. This is their big break to go to the next whatever phase of their business there may be. We have to have understanding and compassion for each other and not be in an emotional state, but also a smart state. Because if we start doing I'm not shopping there, and it's our businesses that are in there, that's their way that they will clean us out and replace us and say, well, your business is not performing. That's what people want. We can't give them what they want. Okay? I hope that this is making sense.
When it comes to Teflar, do you feel like they're still selling as much as they used to during the pandemic? I don't keep up with them. But I feel like they had a certain hype during the pandemic. I don't think it's there anymore. I don't know. I didn't like the bag. I'm sorry. I didn't like the bag. But I don't know. I feel like during the pandemic, like there's like a lot of hype during the pandemic. But then after that, it's like the last 2 years, I haven't heard much about Teflar, but you would know. Kleiska does a great job on the site and all. But I think with Judy, it's like Judy, when it comes to hair care, I don't take her seriously. Like, I feel like she's more of an entertainer, you know? But I think for Tab, she's saying, like, I got one more year, so don't mess me up for the last year, and then she don't care. Mavi, So I was like, yeah, because it was crazy. The hype was crazy during quarantine. But it's just like Brandon Blackwood also. I felt like they were making too many bags way too fast, And so I was like, okay, are you trying to capitalize as much as this hype and these like stymie checks? Or are you truly trying to build like a legacy brand? Because for those of us who grew up on like Michael Kors and the Hamilton, right? Michael Kors, when I tell you, like, for the longest, he only had one color. Okay. For the longest, like anybody that was addicted, like me over here, anyone who was like obsessively addicted with the Hamilton, like he only had one color. Like it took him years before he had the brown, the black, the red, the white. Okay. It took forever. Whereas like Teflar and Brandon, in like 6 months, they had like 25,000 colors. And I'm like, oh my gosh, That is too much. That is really, really too much. Yeah. It was just too many bags, way too fast, too many styles, too many colors, too many SKUs. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you're doing too much. Right? I'm like, you gotta like kind of ease it in, like calm down, right? But you don't have to have that many colors and that many styles and that many this and that many that. Yeah. But like the Hamilton, like for the longest, like it was just like one color. That's it. It was one color. But it took forever to have like multiple colors and like multiple sizes. But like they really took their time though. Like, okay, y'all gonna buy this bag until y'all get tired of it. But I feel like Teflar and Brandon, like to me, it was too many bags, way too fast, way too soon, too many sizes. And it's like, okay. Because one thing I have come to realize, even though I think the white companies overdo it with scarcity because it's like intentional scarcity, but I do believe like if you want to keep your brand relevant, it has to have some kind of resale value, right? If the resellers don't want it, the brand's not going to last, right? So, but if you make too many items way too fast, the resellers can't make money. So if there's not a reseller market, it's not going to be worth much. You know what I mean? But I'm like, to me, it's like you have just, you have way too many Teflar bags, way too many Teflar bags. And so when that happens, it's like, how do you keep value in the brand? Like, I don't know, you know, but I felt like they were rolling out way too much stuff. Yeah. Because I saw that because they call it like hype culture. I'm telling you, I used to study brands, y'all. I'm obsessed with brands. I studied what's that guy? What do people call Supreme? There you go. I studied Supreme because I used to have a little course in that. I studied Supreme, but it's like the Yeezys and stuff like that. But if you don't have a reseller market, when there's a resale market and people can make a lot of money reselling it, you got a good brand. But if there's no reseller market, people don't care like that, this ain't gonna last. So that's why you got to be very careful with production. Because I remember, if you guys remember, like Yeezy, Kanye had the Red October shoes with Nike, if I'm not mistaken. He was like, oh, I want to have more. I want to make more. Nike was like, no. So he got mad and he went over to Adidas, right? Adidas. They made more, but because they made so many shoes, the resellers was not messing with it. So that caused the shoe not to be worth much. So with the Yeezys, they are extremely careful with quantity because you got to have a reseller market. But if you don't have a strong reseller market, you don't really have a good brand, right? And that's why brands have to be very careful with how much product, how many colors, and this and that. Because I'm like, and also if you have too many colors, it's easy for people to make fakes. Because how do we know that's the real color? That's not the real. I mean, it's a lie. But I feel like Teflar and Brandon, they did too much way too soon. Even with Anifa. Anifa, for some odd reason, she now wants to start doing bags and shoes. I'm like, sis, you might want to slow down. Okay? It's not your niche. But I think in her head, she wants to be the Black Jacquemus. So you got to walk before you crawl. Okay? You got to calm down. Okay? Focus on what you're really good at doing. And maybe do that for 5-10 years. Like just do dresses, like whatever people love you for, do it for like 10 years. But you can't do it all. You got to pick either or, right? You got to pick either or. Like Jacquemus, like he has a particular story. I mean, he's white, he's gay, he's an attractive gay white man, he's French, oui, mademoiselle, okay? Then he had this like LVMH course, like it was like an LVMH competition. He came second runner up. So like, girl, we're not equal, yeah. You know, you're like focused on your journey and let him do what he does, right? But I'm like Anifa, like the way she's moving, like she wants to do shoes and bags and this and that. And I'm like, sis, you're going to waste your money. You are truly, truly going to lose your money. You're going to waste your money. You know, but it like if you don't have a good resale market, we're going to have a problem. Right? So it's like you really have to know how to pace yourself. Yeah, you got to really pace yourself because you got like people have to feel like there's something rare about your product. But if you come out with a new color, a new cut every week, every weekend, you got 20 more colors dropping, 50 more pieces dropping, is like, okay, you know what? We can't do this. This is too much. Yeah. So, yeah, exactly. And people get tired and it doesn't feel special anymore. You know, Like people barely get like, because that's the way I felt about Teflon. I didn't like the bag. I didn't like the bag because I didn't think it was quality. I was like, I didn't feel like it was quality. I didn't like how the bag just like falls over. I was like, I like a bag to be a little sturdy, please. But it's like people put in a pre-order for their bags. They wait like 3-6 months to get it. When they get the bag, there's already a new pre-order for a new bag. It's like you don't even let people who pre-ordered have to wait 6 months. Let those people get the bag, enjoy the bag, show off a little bit, flex on people, and then you can do another pre-order. It's like, no, you place a pre-order. As soon as you get it, there's a new pre-order. I'm like, how does this make sense? Right? And I think for me, if I was to like build a fashion house, I mean, Jay gonna be like, Marlene, you being a little bit of a hypocrite, but if I was to buy a big fashion house, right? To me, my goal would be to sell to a family. So whether it's LVMH, whether it's Kering, and so those people, they really love exclusivity, right? So it's like, would LVMH want to buy you? If I'm not mistaken, LVMH bought like Off-White, maybe, if I'm not mistaken, right? But Off-White, extremely rare, things are like, it's not that much stuff. They don't have that many pieces, right? But it has to feel somewhat exclusive. Like you can't just drop 50 bags every Saturday. Yeah, it was like, yeah, it's a lot. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. But when you study like hype culture, tennis, like the whole like sneaker market, whatever, you realize that like the reseller market, it truly matters. And so if resellers don't see how they can make money carrying your stuff, your brand is not going to go too far. So you got to think about that. So I learned that too. I learned a lot of stuff. I sure did.
For somebody. And I know it's a long video and I know somebody might not listen to the whole thing. But this is the truth.
But what did you
So I want to say right now, I thank you for supporting me for the last 5 years. I have worked with Target, with Walmart, with all the places to shop for my products. Thank you for showing up. I thank you for supporting me. I thank you for showing out for me. And if you understand that, and I still thank you and I'm grateful. But if you've heard anything that I've said today, if you still choose to show up for me, I thank you, but also showing up for others. We in it together, okay? But either way, be clear. I understand. All right?
Oh, yeah, sure. You're scared of the backlash. You're a capitalist with no plan. Okay, so let's look at this, right? So it says, okay. So what did he say? Because I guess he deleted the picture, so that's the problem. He deleted the video, which is why we don't get to see the video, I guess. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Because I had forgotten about that. Hold on. Okay. Target buys 8 pallets from you. If you don't sell them, if you don't sell those pallets, guess what? You owe Target money. William said in a clip reposted online. That's in the contract, right? He described 2 different concepts Brown could pursue. First was Target using your name, which he called Brown a fool for doing. Williams said no matter how much Target offered Brown, her strong following could have enabled her to sell the products to her own platform. I agree. I think the problem sometimes with Darius, y'all still here? Hold on. I think the problem sometimes with Darius can have a nasty spirit behind him. Why am I lagging like this? What's going on? Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Am I lagging? I think I am. Hold on. Let me close some of these tabs. Let me close a few of my tabs because I feel like I am. Everything was just fine. Give me a second, please. Hold on. Let me see. I'll try to close some of these things. Computer is moving slowly. Okay, let me see if that's better. It should be somewhat better. Okay, is that better? Yeah. Okay. Let me get out the screen. Hold on. Okay. So what are you saying? Okay. I agree with that part, but I feel like Darius, he has such a nasty spirit sometimes, so it can be hard to receive things from him. How many followers does Tabitha Brown have? He said millions. She could convert 1 million of her followers into buying a $56 air fryer. That is 56 million to your bottom line. He's not lying. He went on to call her a fool, which is probably where people got upset. Well, technically, she's not a fool, but it is foolish, okay? Again, stating that he will never have entered into a partnership with Target, and if he had the same level of fame as Brown, the majority of the reactions to Williams' tirade was negative, okay? Saying I will never, when you were never asked, is diabolical. Okay. Somebody said, we may not like the person in the delivery, but Darius made some valid points. We all love Tab. And I think in a nutshell, he's saying she sold herself short. I said the same thing. Okay. Because they've worked the numbers out. And whatever they're giving you, let me tell you this, right? Not saying he's the perfect man, right? But one thing I've always done, I've always listened to Master P. I think Master P, to some extent, he's a great businessman. Okay. I don't know if he's as liquid as he used to be, but I think he's a great businessman as far as I'm concerned. But that saying where he said, oh, what's going on my computer? That saying where he said that the white guy offered him $1 million and he said, like, okay, if you're willing to pay me $1 million, how much am I really worth? You know, sometimes we can be so eager for a quick reprieve. Oh, I just want to check real quick. I want to make some money real quick. And then you don't even realize that you're just operating out of being tired, being exhausted, when in reality, your business can be incredibly lucrative. You know what I mean? If you guys know the story of Netflix, right? They wanted to sell the business to Blockbuster. And then they went on a meeting. They traveled there. They met all the executives. They thought like, okay, they're going to buy it. And do you know how much they were trying to sell Netflix for? Like $3 million or like 30, something stupid, y'all. And so I think it was like 30 million. And so when Blockbuster said, we're not going to buy Netflix, the man said, they almost cried. They were like, what? Huh? How are we going to make it? Who's going to pay the bills? We need the money. Da-da-da. Because for them, it was like, we're so tired. Like this business is so exhausting. Just buy the damn business. Right. And the people, the CEO of Blockbuster was like, no, I'm not going to pay for that. Like, who, what? No. This Redbox, what is this? You mail CDs. This is so weird. So he didn't want to buy it. And they were sad. They were shattered. They were heartbroken. They were depressed. Because for them, it's like, that's Blockbuster. Like, if they're saying no, we must have a horrible business plan. Like, we're not going to make it. Lo and behold, today, where's Blockbuster? And where's Netflix? Okay. Right? So Darius has a long history of being mean and nasty. And, you know, he can be a little too much sometimes. So I can see why people were not receptive to what he's saying, because he's not usually known for talking to people out of love and kindness. Like, he can be really mean, nasty. So I see both sides, but he's not lying. Because like I told y'all, they want your audience. So this little deal they gave you, it's nothing to them, because they're going to keep selling to your people for the next 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think she could have hired people, babe. And I think she could have believed that she could do it, because what he's saying is true. Like, now, can you sell 1 million air fryers in one day? No. Maybe in 2-3 years? Yes. But he's right, though. We're talking about $56 million. It's like, it really, I'm like, you think about it. It's like, yo, Target is giving like a record label, like offering you a 360. But you don't own your masters. You don't own anything. Like, what the heck, right? So it's fast money up front, and it's millions of dollars like you've never seen it. But look at Nick Bayer. Look at Nick Bayer. Like, you know, he's never been in retail. Look how much money I'm like, he can make like $3 million a day. Right. And like I said earlier, too, like, this is when you have to learn to hire people, find the people, and like actually build the business. But maybe she just, okay, I just get a big paycheck, because maybe she's not business minded. Because sometimes it could happen that because you're popular, people want you to start a business, but you're truly not business minded. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people who are business minded might not have the following. And a lot of people who have the following are not business minded. Right. But because you have such a huge audience, people are telling you, oh, you got to sell something to those people. You got to sell something to those people. You got to sell something. You got to sell something. But in reality, you're not a business person. Right. So it could also be that she's not a business person. She happens to be a lady who went viral on YouTube because, or an Insta or TikTok, whatever, because of like her vegan recipes or whatever. Right. But maybe she's really not business minded. Right. So, but that's the case. I think you could still hire people to help you become more business minded. You don't have to stay the way you are. You can evolve also. But I'm like, I can see that maybe Tab was like, you know, okay, I have a big audience, so maybe let me see if I can sell some. It's like having merch, right? It's like having merch. So you can have a big audience and not be business minded, because, you know, she wanted to be an actress. And then somehow she goes viral on TikTok for her food stuff, right? But is she really like a business minded person? Is she even a marketing kind of person? Right. And I'm like, for me, like I said, I don't really see that in her. But you have some people who are truly business minded and they happen to be influencers. And then you have some people who are business minded, but they don't know how to be influencers. So that could have been the thing. But hold on. Let me see this one. Hold on. My computer is acting so slowly. Hold on. Now, let me share this for y'all. Hold on. I'm going to close this. I'm also going to close this tab. Close this tab. Okay. Let me see what he's saying.
It's me, Darius. All right. This is going to be the one and only full video explanation. Yeah. Take it or leave it. All right. If you've been under a rock someplace, apparently I am feuding with our dear lovely Tabitha Brown. Apparently I am envious, and apparently I am jealous of Tabitha Brown, and to the point where I have called her a fool and apparently have upset the entire internet population. Now, it is my understanding that Tabitha is not upset. It is my understanding that I am not upset. It is my understanding that it is the people who are now upset. So I have to address, I guess, the people. Now, I don't know. There's a lot of rumors, a lot of conversation about, you know, me running away and me hiding. I don't know where y'all get this information from. Then somebody said that apparently I was in jail because of a cookbook or something. I don't, y'all, I can't even no more. As much as I would like to chase rumors and do all that stuff, I recognize that being a person of, nominal success of some sort and having some sort of platform, that means that the people are going to have something to say about your opinion, or especially if it runs counter to what they think or whatever the case may be. So, we have these conversations. If you're new to me, hey, what's up? I'm a live stream king, meaning I live stream several times a day. My platform of preference used to be a place called Periscope, but now it's Instagram Live. And this is the place where I sort of brand myself so that my community feels that they know what's going on. And, it's a place for us to get down and dirty and just have conversation. Every once in a while that funnels its way over to Facebook, where I do have the largest audience on Facebook. 1.6 million people follow on Facebook. And so I guess if I had to trace this whole thing back to where this started, I flew in from Los Angeles, right? I had a day off. And I said, you know what I'll do? I'm going to cook live. So I go to the supermarket, the HEB, and I'm HEB live. I do this live on Facebook, right? Because I'm also monetized and people like to see what I'm buying. So we were having, shopping and talking and, just like you're on the phone with your girlfriends, that's how I be on the phone with y'all, talking to y'all. And a question comes up. This is not uncommon. And one of the questions that came up was specifically about my thoughts on Tabitha Brown, right? And like the new air fryer products. And I'm sure the person who asked the question didn't mean any harm by it. But knowing that I also manufacture my own air fryers and sell my own air fryers from my warehouse, I'm assuming that's where the question came from. Just a point of knowledge, right? Fine. So here I am, child, at my virtual kitchen table, talking to my people, having a conversation. And so I'm also openly gay. If you watched any of my restaurant reviews, you know this, right? I tend to use colorful language that is germane to mostly the LGBTQ experience, right? IA plus, whatever you want to call it. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll refer to something as a she, right? You've heard me do this all the time. She this, she that, her, you know, it could be, I don't know, a piece of fried chicken. I will refer to it as a, you know, as a she. Another thing that I often say is the word fool. I say it is in my everyday vernacular, right? Let's say you walk outside and it's cold outside. Oh, the weather's a fool, right? Oh, there's so much sun in my eye. Oh, the sun's a fool, right? Oh, this chicken needs more salt. The chicken is a fool, right? There you go. So people said that I called Tabitha Brown a fool. And I'm thinking to myself, because at first when they said it, I'm like, well, did I? Or what reason would I have had to call her a fool? I don't know the woman. We don't have a conversation. So how could I have just come up and called her a fool? So I had to go back and watch the video. And I'm like, oh, I was responding to a question about brand deals. And that's where the term came up from. So that's all it was, right? That's what the conversation was. But I'll tell you, I'll go a step further and kind of tell you sort of what I meant by having this type of conversation. So here's what I meant by having this kind of a conversation, right? So I didn't even go back and rewatch what I had originally said in its completion because I know where my thought was coming from. Also, before I tell you what I meant, people go, did you see so-and-so's response? Did you see Tab's response? I said, no, I didn't see her response. First of all, I don't follow Tabitha Brown. I have nothing against Tabitha Brown at all. But I know I wouldn't have said anything, you know, bad about the woman. So no, I'm not interested in the response because I never said anything to be rude or mean to begin with, right? What I was doing was having a conversation in my community with my people, and y'all took a soundbite and blew it up to more than what it had to be. So let's dig a little deeper. Let's take this opportunity and go a little deeper, and I will expound upon what I meant. So I do not know the specifics of whatever brand deal Tabitha Brown has. Don't know, don't even care. It's not even relevant to the conversation. What I do know is that if said person would have taken the idea to create products, the idea to put products on the market, coupled with what I know to be true about e-commerce, coupled with what I know to be true about converting sales on social media, she would have made more money. Now, that's what I said, right? If a person owns the...
Where you're fake, like where I don't agree with him, right? It's not about saying, oh, the chicken's a fool, the weather's a fool. You meant she was a fool in the sense that she left money on the table. Like, it's okay to be honest. I don't know why we're doing this. Like, we're not stupid. I'm like, at this point, like, even more, now I'm getting insulted, right? Because now you're insulting my intelligence, right? In your mind is, Tab, given the size of your audience, you could have sourced these products yourself. You could have hired a graphic designer and made your stuff cute, okay? And then you could have sold full price. And then just pay the website hosting fees and then pay for payment processing fees. I feel as though the fact that you went with Target, right? You left money on the table. So for me, it's foolish and it makes you a fool because there's nothing that Target gave you that you honestly couldn't have given yourself, right? That's it. And also, maybe you didn't believe in yourself, right? So you're like, oh, well, their Target is a bunch of white people. They got the big money, so they know what they're doing, right? But so do you. And whatever you don't know, you can learn. Right? But I'm like, these people are not like God sent. They're regular people, right? But you can find designers. You can source things out of Asia. You can even fly yourself to China. You got the money, right? There's nothing like abracadabra. Like there's nothing particular that these people have done. Now Target has the doors. Okay, they might put you in like 20,000 stores, whatever. But my thing is like, you can sell that stuff yourself directly. Right. I think that's what he was saying. Like, I feel like it was foolish of you to sign this contract because you left money on the table. Had you done this yourself, you would have had way more money in your pocket. That's okay. But you don't mean that as a person like, oh, Tab is just a fool. Like, she's just a fool for a fool. But as it pertains to this Target deal, I feel like given the size of your audience across all social media platforms and then the products that you're putting in that store, It really is nothing that is so like, wow, only Target can do this. Like, she really had to go with Target for that, right? You're not manufacturing microprocessors, chips. Like, you're not doing that. Like, so like, I can kind of see what he's saying. But I'm like, sir, just own what you said. Like, that's the vein in which you call her a fool. Because I felt like she was leaving money on the table. And not just that, you're selling your audience to Target. And they will continue to remarket these people and make more money and excluding you. Because they're paying you for one particular deal. But when those people come back and keep buying more and more stuff, well, Target gets all that money because you're only getting paid for one specific deal, right? So maybe you needed the money. It was too much money to turn down, like where you were at that time in your life, right? So, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Just say that.
The entire process, not just uses their name, they would make more money. Now, who is even to say that this is what Tabitha Brown wants to do? Right? Tabitha Brown may not be interested in owning her own Shopify store and pushing her own product across the. She may be perfectly fine with what she's doing. And if she's perfectly fine with that, there's no problem with this, right? All I'm saying, and all I said to the person who asked, was that you could have generated a lot more money. Now, what I did was I created a company and some examples. Now, I did create Tab's company. We're going to call this the Very Good Company LLC as a point of illustration. And let's just say you had a conversation with, you know, the team and the people and whoever else. And you say, okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to come up with 5 products, really 10, but we're going to do 5 major products and 5 minor products. This is going to be our product suite. I imagine this is what any company does if they say they want to get into the business of manufacturing products. You say, okay, what do we want our products to look like? So you do 5 major, 5 minor. Why 5 major? Because you can make a lot of money off the major products. Why 5 minor? Because everybody doesn't have major money, right? And so you don't want to leave anybody out who may want to support your brand. So we create 5 products that are major. I called it a pressure cooker, a juicer, air fryer, a stand mixer, and a blender. Let's sell those for $65 a piece, right? Most you're going to spend is $65 a product, okay? And on the minors, I said, oh, let's call it, I don't know, let's do a seasoning blend for $29. We'll do, I don't know, a 5-pack seasoning blend for $29. We'll do 3 cookbooks, right? And then we'll do a kitchen towel set for $29. Everybody got $29 if you want to support. You know what I mean? Okay, cool. Now, I don't know how many followers she has. I think somebody said in the comments she has in excess of 4 million followers. Great. You have in excess of 4 million followers. Not a big deal here. But she does have likability. She does have viral content ability. So the reach is beyond 4 million people. She's a household name. You and I both know this. So what I said was, let's figure out a number that's manageable in terms of the number of orders. Let's just call it something. Let's call it 500,000. Is it possible for the Very Good Company, led by Tabitha Brown, to generate 500,000 orders? It's easy, right? Yeah, absolutely. And we're calling this 500,000 in the course of a full year, so a 12-month rolling period, right? Okay, so the people who are going to support you will do so at your launch, right? Because you have different tiers of people. If you're building a business or you're building a brand or you're selling on social media, you have core support. Doesn't matter what you do. I have a new cell phone I'm offering. Cool, Darius, I trust you. I know you. I like you. I want it. I'm buying it. No big deal. Then you have some people that have like sort of, they support, but they're sort of second tier support. And what I mean by that is they'll go, yeah, I will support you, but I'm not going to jump the moment you say it's on sale. I might wait a little bit because it's not that important to me or whatever the case may be. Mm-hmm. And then you have the third level of people who will definitely support, but only with a discount. You know what I'm saying? Or after they've seen it 4, 5, 6, 9 times, then they'll support. So I'm taking those 3 tiers of people and putting them into this population of 500,000, knowing that on launch, if she does this right, which means she ramps up, right? This is coming. Let's do stuff online. Let's cook with it. Let's show you what's coming, so that you gear people to be excited about it. Then cool, we can launch on launch day to 75,000 orders. Now, let's break out that 75,000 orders to average. Now, remember, our full population is 500,000. I'm only focused on 75,000 from our launch. I'll deal with the other 425 in one.
And I'm going to tell you this too, like when you're a YouTuber, like what he's saying also, it applies to YouTube. And I've told y'all this. This also has to be in your mind when you release a video. Darius can be annoying, but he ain't lying. He can be mean-spirited sometimes, but he's not lying, okay? Because, you know, when you put a video on YouTube, right, let's say you have 100,000 subs. 100,000 people are not going to be served your video, right? YouTube will serve your video to the most loyal people of your channel. That's how it goes. And then if they watch the whole video, they like, they comment, and they share, then it's like, okay, that's a good video. Now let's send it to like her second tier, then her third tier, right? And then when you pass all these people, then like that's when, quote unquote, you start going viral, because there's something so good about this video that every tier that subs to you has liked, that like YouTube was like, okay, like now we can show that to way, way, way more people. So when you create content also, you got to have the same mindset. It's like, okay, what product am I creating? And make sure your video is a really good video, because you want a lot of people to support you. And when you create, like when you build your YouTube, you build your TikTok, you build your Instagram, right? The goal should get to a place where it's like you really have loyal supporters, because there's money to be made. There's a lot of money to be made, y'all. There is really a lot of money to be made. And you'll see why some people go into the business like line of people, like we saw with Ace Metaphor, right? Like $600 tickets for VIP, $200 like regular tickets. Like, I mean, if you have 1,000 people, you know, buying a VIP ticket at like $600, like that's $600,000 just to come and hear you talk about what? A whole bunch of nothingness. Like, that's just crazy, right? But that's what happens.
Second, if I break out that $475,000 on my launch, and let's say half of these people buy high ticket items on average to a person, and half of them buy low ticket items to a person, you're looking at the average spend of $162.50 for my major products and $73 for my minor products. All right. If you do the math, and let's say you take 37,500 people buy my products, and they spend $162.50 on my launch, that's $6.1 million. You take the other population, the other 37,000 that's going to support on my launch, but they're buying my minor products and they have an average spend of $73, that's $2.7 million. Mm-hmm. So on launch, I just generated $8.8 million in revenue in my business. Mm-hmm. On launch. I don't know anybody who's going to sneeze and poo-poo off $8.8 million to their bottom line. Now, I did say we had a population of 500,000 people, but I've only dealt with 75.
Is that what Target is going to offer you? Or is Target going to say, yeah, we know that you can make $8 million, but because we're doing your designs, that's $500,000. Oh, because we're doing your photo shoot, that's another $600,000. Oh, because we're putting you in the store and then we're putting these signs and we're doing the shelves, that's another $250,000. Right? Because they're trying to tell you, like, yeah, you know, you could do it by yourself, but look, we come with this full suite. We got graphic designers. We have Sarah who will be your your go-to person every time you need something. Right? I was like, well, what? I don't need all that. Thank you. Your line is right. Like, you know, but the problem is, oh, you guys, white people are smart, man. White people are really smart. And white people have really sold to us the idea of like the white man's ice is colder. Because I remember one person that I knew who was going into retail, and I don't know if she lied about the numbers, but even if the numbers were close enough about like just the furniture that she had to pay for to go into the store, I wouldn't have done it. But you see, people want you to feel like, oh, look, she's made it. She's at Target. Oh, look, she's made it. She's at Ulta. Look, she's made it. She's at Sephora. Then people could be bleeding money, y'all. And then they sign these goofy ass contracts so they can't pull their stuff until the contract expired, right? Because a lot of people do stuff because they're thinking about, sorry, you guys, I gotta scratch my back. They're thinking about, okay, what are other people going to say? Right? As opposed to like, do what makes sense for your bottom line. Because I know like that one person, I don't know if she was, hopefully, maybe she wasn't lying, but I'm like, okay, if you're spending like upwards to $1 million or like even $500,000 on furniture, no. Me, Marlene, I would have spent that on YouTube. Because I'm like, why am I paying for furniture for? Right? To me, it don't make sense. Furniture? You crazy. Right? Yeah. And to me, it don't make no sense. Because I'm like, I'm going to tell y'all this, right? Do you know what I can do with $500,000 on YouTube? Let's take, for example, right? You see my hair right now? You see like my other hair channel, okay? Let's say you get, like, I get an offer to be at Ulta. Oh, Marlene, we want you to be at Ulta so you can sell your hair care product line. Okay. We're going to put you in 2,000 stores. Okay, sure. And this is like the foot traffic that we get, blah, 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 blah. And they'll say to me, maybe I have to pay like $600,000 just for the furniture and the signage. Baby, you guys, please think. You see, Black people, Black women, the world is ours. The world has changed. You see, before technology, before social media, we needed white people. You need help with distribution, their storefront, the marketing, the wumpty wump wump. Today, you don't need nobody. You need your mind. Because if you have $600,000, first and foremost, right, you can get a big old warehouse, right? If you sell hair care products, you can even build a salon in your warehouse. See the vision, y'all. See the vision. Okay. You can have a fake shower in there, right? You can have a fake shower in your warehouse. You can have a fake salon in your warehouse. You can have a fake storefront in your warehouse. And you can just sit there all day and make all type of content all day. You can hire hair models, right? You can hire editors. You can hire the camera people. And I'm like, that's 600,000. You can just build a house that just makes content all day. So it's like 4C here, 4B, 4A, 3C, 3A. I mean, you name it, right? And every day you can have 10 to 20 pieces of content for social media, like for Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, because you've invested in creating content. Why am I going to put my money into shelf space when I can actually create videos? Because those videos will always make you money, right? They'll always make you money. And then the bigger your social media reach, like not even just like, oh, because you can have people that have like, you can have a brand that has 3 million followers on Instagram, but then you go on the page, they only have 20,000 views. So obviously the majority of followers are dead. Like, how do you have 3 million followers, but you only have 3,000 views or like 30,000 views? Like, what's going on? Right? People are losing interest in the brand. Right? But I'm like, you can do way more building a content house for your business that you can spending money on shelf space. Does that make sense, you guys? Am I making sense? Right? You can even hire like professional hair people to work for you, and they can come in-house, create content, put that on the YouTube. Like, you just keep bombarding people with content. You keep bombarding people with educational content. You keep bombarding people with styling content. How much do you want to bet that you're going to sell way more than if you went to Ulta or you went to Target or you went to Sephora? Because they're not going to move your product. They're not going to market. So they want you to pay the furniture, give product on consignment at a discount, and yet you are still responsible for marketing. Like, it's your job to bring people in here to turn this product over. Then I might as well keep my product, right? Times have changed. Okay. So I'm like, this notion of like going to a storefront, buying to a storefront. Like, yeah, there was a time where it was sexy. It was glamorous. It gave status. But today, nah. Today, people want to know more about the brand. They want to talk to the brand. They want to see how you use the product. They want to see people that look like them use the product, right? So I'm like, to me, I'm like, it makes more sense to build a YouTube studio and like a content studio and create more content. And you know who does a good job with that? Fashion Nova. Fashion Nova. I don't even know if they sleep. It's so bizarre. But I'm like, Fashion Nova, they would do everything in-house. Like, they would dress the girls in-house, create the content in-house. If you remember the early days, like, I mean, like when Fashion Nova was really, really hot, they were posting content every day, back to back to back to back. They would change their stories. They would change their, like, they had new stories, at least like 20, 30 pieces of stories, right? Then they would have all these different posts on for the actual feed. I mean, I'm like, these people do not sleep. But the power of Fashion Nova is they took charge of their content. They were not waiting for influencers to send content over. No, they had in-house models. They had in-house photographers. They had in-house editors, retouchers. Like, everything happens in-house. So the clothes come, you have people to try the clothes. It's not, oh, we have these new clothes, but we have to send it to this girl with like 2 weeks for her to give us back the video. That just takes too damn long. Okay, that takes too damn long. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you got to think about, as a brand, it's like, you really got to think about content creation, because the more I talk to my customer, the easier I can sell to my customer. I don't need to be in your storefront because you do nothing for me. Right? You do nothing for me. Right? Or like, oh, pay for furniture. I can take 10 beautiful Black girls and take them on vacation, and then bring an in-house photographer or in-house videographer. I can create all kinds of content. I don't have to pay for your goofy ass furniture. It's like, today, I wish a lot of brand owners would realize, like, you don't need these people. It's not like before, like even like magazines, you guys, like before, to make it as a supermodel, right? You needed management, like what's it called? like Ford model, elite model, da da da. Or you had to be on the cover of Vogue, like you had to be somewhere in Vogue. You had to be somewhere in Mary Claire. Today, you can have a TikTok and you can make it. How many people, because they blew up on TikTok now, they're making it in magazines? Today, the magazines are chasing behind TikTokers, right? But before, we used to live in a model where you had to wait for a magazine to make you. Today, the people make you directly with social media, right? There was a point in time where you had to wait for a store to give you an opportunity to be on their shelves. Today, no, you can sell directly to people. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you got to think different. Like you really, really have to think different. But for me, I was like, to me, this sounds like a waste of money. Because what if this doesn't work out? The furniture is so specific to that store, there's nowhere you can take it. So if it doesn't work out, like this just goes in the trash. Oh hell no. You're crazy.
5,000. Where the other 425,000, they're going to be buying throughout the course of the year. You don't just launch and go away. You launch, you create content, you use the product, you do live streams, you do sales, you do Black Friday, you do Cyber Monday. So we're making up the remainder of this 500,000 throughout the course of the year. So if we take the same logic and we deal with the 425,000 people, half of those people are going to spend major, half will spend minor. My major spend is $108 per person. My minor spend is $48 a person. The reason I know that my major spend at $108 is doable is because you spend that with me. I just came off of doing 2 flash sales last month and made $250,000. The average order in the cart, $243. So to say that your average order is 108 from somebody who is more popular than me, more well-known than me, and has more followers than me is a complete understatement. So if we deal with the $108 spend times 212,000 people, that's $23 million over the course of a year. If I take the other half of the population and do their lower spend at $48, that's $10.2 million a year. So we end up with 6.1 and 2.7 at launch and 23 million and 10.2 during our annual on year one. That's a total of $42 million. That's all I said. That's all I said. Is that their opportunity here to generate and this is year one. Imagine what would happen if you double down and said, year 2, year 3, year 4, I'm going to advance from 10 products to 15, from 15 to 20. We can deal with all of the overhead, the capital costs, all of the processes. We can deal with that on the back end. I'm simply talking about what the revenue outlook looks like in a situation. And you're looking at a situation where you're 42 million your first year. If you just replicate what you did year one, for the next 10 years, it's $500 million in sales. I'm not sure anybody who's going to sneeze at $500 million in sales to their company. Yes, I understand.
And you know what? I will find this one video. I know it's this video. I just don't know where he said it. But there was a part that, because I used to think Tyler was a little bit of a weirdo. I ain't gonna lie, he's a little strange. But the kids, they really love Tyler the Creator. You know what I mean? But he said a thing one time, it really touched my soul. He was like, so you made this art and all you're doing is just promoting it one time? Like, you're not going to go on live stream. You're not going to do more videos about it. Like, he's like, you worked so hard to make this. Like, why are you not talking more about it? But I'm pretty sure it's this conversation. I just have to listen to it, right? Maybe we can do that tomorrow. But it really touched me. And you know who else also has touched my heart recently? DDG. Y'all, I used to not be a fan of that little boy. I mean, I think he can grow up a little bit. I think he can mature a little bit. And it's so funny because he's a Libra. But DDG has had my heart recently. I am really proud of him. I ain't gonna lie. I have to say it. Like one day I was sitting here, y'all, I was watching his content. I was like, wow, you just don't give up. You got to keep posting and posting and posting, okay? You have to keep believing in yourself. You understand me? The world has changed. I understand. There was a time when Black people needed white people. Like, oh, you're Black, you can't buy this. You're Black, you can't do this. Y'all, technology works for us. Even AI, it works for us. You guys, when I tell you, like my other page, my hair page, do you know how much AI has helped me? Yo, I don't even write description boxes anymore. I'd be like, hey, chat GPT. Hey, DeepSeek, can you write me a description box? Can you write me some tags? You understand? But I'm like, there was a video of DDG. He was in Italy. Like he was, I guess, on Lake Como. He was on some fancy lake somewhere. And I'm like, this little boy, he took himself out of Pontiac, Michigan. You understand? Now he's out here in these fashion shows. And I honestly think that he makes more than Haley. You understand? Now he could mature a little bit, but he's still young, right? But I'm like, this little boy is legit a millionaire. Like, that's why you can't compare him to Darius by Kiki. Because I'm like, Darius, he's not ambitious. He ain't ambitious. Okay. DDG, he's ambitious. The little boy's ambitious. But I was like, wow, these young people believe in themselves. Like, it really did something to me. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Because even me, I mean, I know I'm a little confident, but I'm like, when I was his age, I wish I had that level of confidence. Right. But there's a video on his page. Like, you see the boy in a Honda. It's like some goofy ass Honda. And now you see the kind of cars he drove. I'm like, this boy, he gave himself this life. He gave himself this life. He didn't go sign, oh, you know, I need a manager. I need a white manager. I need to be with the white people. And this is how you break the glass ceiling. Oh, shut up. Okay. The world has changed. Once upon a time, you needed white people to open the door, to broker this, to do this, because you couldn't do it because of your skin color. Today, because of technology, I swear, for the most part, people don't even care about your skin color. Like, people just care about, do you believe in yourself? Is your product good? Is your marketing good? Are you really telling a story that makes people want to F with your brand? That's it. And then when you make something, just because you didn't get the views or like you didn't get the numbers you wanted, it doesn't mean you give up. You don't give up. Okay. But I'm like, the stuff he said, it really touched me. So I'm like, slowly but surely, like Tyler, the creator, he's also growing on me. These young people are smart as hell. I'm telling y'all, these young people, y'all, they understand marketing. They really, really understand marketing. And you're like, oh, but you're right. Ooh. The world is changing. Technology is bringing people with their credit cards at your fingertips. You don't need those people. And now look, your heart, you can't sleep. And it's sad because a lot of Black-owned companies, they're going to give you all the boot. And they'll force you to buy your products back. I mean, it's going to be a hot ass mess. Because you got so comfortable with these big invoices, you got so comfortable with these purchase orders, you didn't think about, while they're using me, how am I going to use these people too? We have to use each other. You just get paid and you let these people use you, and you don't spend time building your own stuff. You know? Oh, Beats. But I guess because he had that man, that Jewish man, Levine, whatever his name is, so he was going to sell it anyways. Right? But you know, it's like it's really really impressive, right? And I think, like, if I was to ever have like a Black business owner business academy, my main thing will be, you have to learn to be a storyteller with your brand. Your brand has to mean something to people. It can't just be product with your name on it. Like, it really has to mean something to people, right? And this is why you should not go I can't say it's like the lazy robber is a bit lazy. Oh, well, we're going to be a Target and they're going to just pay my purchase orders. You have to learn to tell stories. You have to learn to connect with your buyers. You have to learn how to market to people. You have to learn how to make all these reels and things like that. You know, you actively have to know how to talk to people. Marketing is about talking to people and let them know, hey, I've noticed that you have this need. I think I can help you. And here's how much I charge to help you, but you're going to love the results, huh? Right? So, you know, but I think there's this one, I'll watch it and I'll find a little clip where he said it. But that day, it really touched me, you guys, because there are things I've worked on. And then it's like, oh, I guess it failed. But I'll show you this. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see where I can find it. Hold on. I'll show you a thing real quick. Let me see if I can show you a thing real quick. Okay. So, okay. Is it this one? All right. So see, I had this one video. I made this video. It was about like heat protectants. Like, do they actually work? Something like that. So I didn't really know how to make the thumbnail. And so this is what I did. The video did not do well. I think it's like in about a month, only got like 280 views, right? So I was like, okay, maybe I just leave it as is. But then I was like, I think I heard what he said. I'm like, you know what? Let me try harder. So I saw a girl, she had something like, she made a video that was quite similar, but she had a different thumbnail, right? So like, you know what? Let me try a whole different thumbnail. So I did this, right? I did this. Let me see. I also did this. So first I started off with this because I'm like, hold on, I got to change this, right? Y'all, this is the AI version of me. What you think? So I came up with this version. I did one because with YouTube now you can test like 3 thumbnails. So that's what I did. So it was this one. Hold on. Okay. So you have this version. Then you also have this version. So I made 3 of these, and then I came here. I kept the top part, you know, and I made this one, this one, this one, right? And I probably will do like different ones, but I'm like, don't give up. Like if you make something and it doesn't do well, you just, hey, Sandra, you just can't give up. All right. So I went back and I changed the thumbnail because I was like, maybe, because when I was doing it, I think the video was good, but when it came time to actually make the thumbnail, I didn't know what to do. I was like, what the heck? What am I doing with this one? I don't know. Right. So I did this and I'm like, I put it up, but it didn't do well because I'm sure the thumbnail is not really appealing. Like I get it. I was going to be like, okay, it's fine. Because the next video after that got like, the current video has like 14,000 views, right? And I was like, nah. When I saw the other girl and what she had, I said, okay, I can do something similar because she had like 50,000 views. So I said, okay, there's a market for my video. I can't give up on my video. So I have this one, and this one. So I'm running a test. It's like 2 weeks. Once it ends, I will do it. I'll try to change some stuff around, but I'm like, I will find a thumbnail that's going to help this video break over like 10,000 views. Like I'm not giving up. Do you think strawberry shoes that's the Fawn Marbury made will sell now on TikTok shop with the same? Let me, what the shoes look like? Hold on. I don't know. You know what? I think so, Jay. I really do think so. I think it would have to like appeal more to like nostalgia. Like if we had a whole TikTok, think about this. You got to think, right? Like I told you, right? Selling stuff. Sometimes you sell a need and sometimes you can also sell emotions. You know what I'm saying? But the way I would do it with Stephon Marbury is like if I had a TikTok page for him, we would just go back and like talk about his childhood, like the obstacles, like high school, you know, finally making it to the league. And then like you would have like all his greatest moments in the league. Now you would show like when he wore the shoe and things like that, right? But it's like, this is the shoe of somebody who never gave up, right? This is like, it has to be something like emotional to people. Like, you know what? Like when you wear these shoes, you're walking towards success. Like when you wear these shoes, you're walking towards your goals. Like when you wear these shoes, like you're walking towards your promised land. Does that make sense? Like this is how you would have to talk. So it's like, it would be on some very like nostalgic thing. Like, you know what? Like you want something, you want to wear something that means something to you, right? So I'm like, it will come down to the marketing. It will really come down to the storytelling. And it will really come down to like how you get people to be like, wow, like this is amazing. Like, oh my gosh, like this man never gave up. Right. And like Darius said, with the shoe, we can have other things with the shoe. So like the shoe would be, like you said, like the major product, but we can have smaller products for people who can't afford the shoe just yet, or you know what I'm saying? But I think you do have Klarna and you do have like Afterpay on TikTok shop. I think it's possible. I really do. And if you get the right influencers also to join in too, like it can definitely sell out. I mean, Trump sold his shoes for like $500, but some people were reselling the shoes for 10 grand. So if Trump can sell tennis shoes with no athletic experience, right? Why not Stephon Marbury? Because he was a great player. Right? But once again, it's like, it's the storytelling of it all. And I think if you find the right kind of young people, the right kind of influencers, and they're wearing it and they're talking about it, yeah, it's going to sell. And then we would not make a lot of the shoes. Like you wouldn't make a lot. You have a small quantity so people really want it. And then I would do drops. Okay. Like when you get it, if you get it. Okay. But I think it'll do really, really well. I do believe that. Yeah. Because you have like this shoe, it would have to go from a very emotional place. But like the entire Instagram is like, wow, like I didn't even know this about Stephon. I didn't even know this about Stephon. I was like, yes. Because it makes people millionaires. I think Black people should be concerned about e-commerce long-term. And I think Black people should also be concerned about YouTube long-term. Like building your personal brand through video, like, yeah, through content. Talking to people directly. You can change your life. And the reality of it is, I think like, A lot of Black people have so many talents, don't even know. Like even cooking, something small like cooking, cleaning. I don't know, but there's something small. It might not be big, but to the world it'll be big. There's something that you do and that you do really, really well that could truly change your life. Once again, if you tell the story right. Right? Like there's one Black girl here. She does her nails. She's cute like that. She has like a small face. She does nail video, right? She does all this nail stuff. She does her nails herself. Like she has over 1 million subs with nail videos. And a lot of her nail videos are like in the millions of views. Like I think she's done some partnership with some brand. I forgot. But I'm like just doing her nails. Some people know how to cook, you know. Some people know how to give advice. Like, oh, child, you can really create your own customer base by just creating your content and talking to people. They'll censor like political stuff though, but not consumer stuff, right? But if you have a business brand, I don't think you should talk politics there. Maybe I should apply my own advice, but whatever brand you're on, like whatever you're doing your YouTube channel for, unless you really want to go into politics, like if that's your brand, like okay. But if you want to do like something like consumer based, you know. But I'm like, for me, I don't think YouTube is going anywhere, and I think YouTube is only going to get bigger and better. And the competition between YouTube and Netflix is going to get real. And I could even see a future where like Netflix signs deals with YouTubers to create content for just Netflix, even Amazon or even Apple. Like if some people, because some people are really good at like videography, storytelling, but I could see if you have enough, like if your audience is big enough, like Mr. Beast is doing with Amazon, but if you have enough of an audience, you're great at storytelling, you have great videos, you know how to edit. I can see a streaming company be like, okay, can you just create like exclusive content for our platform? And then you'll just let your audience know, like, hey, I'm dropping this. Like you might put a snippet on YouTube, but if you want to watch it, it's on Netflix. Right? But I'm like, the competition between YouTube and Netflix, yeah, it's going to get real. It really is. Right? Meta, I don't know where they're going. I really don't know. I don't know. Don't know. Hold on.
Understand that Tabitha is doing fine. I understand that Tabitha is rich. I understand that she has made a name for herself. Two things could be true. I could still like somebody, don't have an issue with somebody, and still talk about them at the same time. I have no issue with this woman whatsoever. I was answering a question in my community about brand deals and about the deal with about Target. And sure, I don't know what her deal is with Target, but I do know people who've had products in Target. In fact, I know an ex-friend of mine who had was under a contract in Target and needed to borrow $60,000 from me to fulfill their obligation, or else they would end up owing Target, right? I know people who were in Walmart who are now no longer in Walmart because of the bad deals that come with the big box stores, right? I know people, and again, this is different from putting your product in the store versus having them approach you to work with you. Completely understand that, right? I'm not negating the fact that this woman is doing amazingly well. This conversation is not about how well she's doing. The conversation is about what I feel like is a missed opportunity and what I feel like is missed revenue. My job every day is to look at the landscape and see what's missing and then develop something around it. So naturally, looking at this, I said to myself, gosh, and again, I get it. This ain't what she want to do. It's fine if it's not what she want to do. She don't have to do it, but it's not that we can't. It shouldn't be to the point that we can't have a conversation about something without y'all thinking that somebody is hating, right? You know, I'm blessed, and I mean extremely blessed to make multi-seven figures in my business year over year. You guys support me like nobody's business. When I come out with a new product, when I come out with something in the kitchen, a new cookbook, you guys are on top of it, buying them up left and right. I have nothing. And when I say nothing, I need you to hear me. I have no reason to be jealous of anybody when I recognize how well God's hand is over my life, right? I'm currently building a multi-million-dollar project 10,000 miles away. I don't have nothing to be hating on nobody about, but I'm a businessman, right? I'm an entrepreneur. So it's cool to look at examples of what we know to be true with certain things and just have conversation around it. And that's exactly what happened. But it seems like the people took everything completely out of context and wanted to just, I don't know, maybe it was me. Maybe you just don't like, I don't know. I'm going to say this, but I don't know if it's true. Maybe you just don't like me. So maybe the fact that it came out of my mouth is an absolute, you know, is an issue. But if you take the name away, take the Tabitha Brown name away from the conversation, the numbers and the data still range true, right? I don't know where this woman's products are on the shelf. They said, oh, he said that they put our stuff on the bottom shelf. I don't know that to be true. How would I know that, right? What I said was I had ex-friends who were in Target, and the complaint was that their products were on lower shelves. But you hear something, you think you hear what you heard, and then you take it out of context, or you hear a sound bite and you just run with it. So hopefully this breakdown makes a lot more sense for you. And again, too, I also need you to understand that this is intended for my community, right? If you're not a regular in my community, if you're not a regular in my live streams, yeah, you're going to misconstrue everything I've said because there's no historical context. So I would expect you to misunderstand, right? The people.
Yeah, but you also know that you are in the food space, Darius. Don't do that. You know that you're in the food space. You know that you have at least like over 100,000 subs. Like, you know, so when you speak also, you should be mindful of how you speak. If you're in your kitchen, I guess be mindful. I mean, you can still get recorded by people though. But I'm like, yeah, you said it online, so you should be mindful how you say things, you know. But I'm like, this whole TikTok ban, yeah, people need to hold on. Sorry, not TikTok. What is it? What's it called again? Target ban. Yeah, people have to be careful. But I'm like, you should always diversify though. You should always, because how did it start?
And end a program focus. We have more breaking news. Target announcing it is rolling back diversity, equity, and inclusion programs at the company. In a memo to employees, the Minneapolis-based company says it will end its 3-year DEI goals, stop reports to external diversity-focused groups, and end a program focused on carrying more products from Black or minority-owned businesses. The decision follows President Trump's executive orders almost immediately after his inauguration to end the government's DEI programs.
You were going to this music. So I guess Tina Knowles like made a statement about people should cancel Target, right? But I'm like, Miss Tina, you need to calm down. Does she even shop at Target? It's so bizarre.
Y'all waited to do this after I got done shopping, or y'all did it before and I just didn't know? I come home and I check my TikTok and y'all done left the DEI.
Y'all don't need DEI to shop. But I'm like, people should just, you know, I just feel like when they're using you, you should use them and plan your next move. But don't wait until something bad happens. Like, oh, wow, like, what do I do now? You know? But TikTok shop, you guys. And I hope she learns, like, if she moves her stuff over to TikTok shop, hopefully TikTok does not get banned. Because a lot of businesses are making money on TikTok shop, you know. I don't even know if she stops at Target. She's like, I'm not gonna shop at Target. I'm like, Miss Tina, do you actually shop at Target? Is there a Target near you? Like, what? That's crazy, right? But I'm like, my thing is go on TikTok shop, right? And create like even like for her hair channel, like for a hair product, she should have a channel for that. For whatever else she sells at Target, she should have a channel for that. And you should show people how to use your stuff, like her home decor stuff, her food stuff. I don't know, whatever's at Target. But I'm like, she needs to be more into creating content, like less vacations and then more content creation. But if Stormy can do it, you can do it also. If Nick Bayer can do it, you can do it also. It might not be easy, but it's not impossible. Just take less vacations, okay? Take less vacations. But I'm like, a lot of Black businesses that do sell at Target, Sephora, Ulta, a lot of people are going to get kicked out. Exactly. Because I'm like, Stormy's doing it. Now, you might have to move. She might have to move out of LA, though. Because maybe, like, you know, warehouses are just too expensive out there. But, hey, that's what it takes. Like, Nikki's in Texas. So, land is also really cheap in Texas. Getting a warehouse, a big warehouse, and the staff and the labor, plus all the laws in California, like, it could be hard. But if you have to move to a different state so you could have a bigger warehouse, you should do it. I don't think it's a big deal. Or you can just move there or set it up, and then maybe like you travel, like maybe once a month you go there. I don't know. People have made millions off of TikTok shop. Because I used to not understand, like, why are people always live on this thing just selling stuff to people like this? Like, is it actually working? Yeah. Like even Tarte goes live on TikTok Shop a whole lot. You know, they have a lot of lives. They have a lot of like live stream where they're selling on Tarte. Elf Cosmetics also, they do a lot of live stream selling sessions on TikTok Shop. But Elf, their marketing is like top tier. Elf is extremely aggressive. They are extremely aggressive with their marketing. Like they just don't sleep. They're really, really good. You know, so anything is possible. Anything really is possible. You don't have to always have the most amount of money. You just have to have like good marketing. Like one TikTok can really change your life. If you're a brand and you make a TikTok and it gets like 1 million views, like who knows how many orders you can get. You know what I mean? Like it's a real thing. It's a real thing. Because I've seen it. Now, hopefully it doesn't get banned. But I know like when they were first rolling out TikTok Shop, like they were giving out so many subsidies, like free shipping, like TikTok would pay for that. Coupons. TikTok would eat the cost of that. Like it was a lot. People were just buying stuff because they wanted to have all these reviews and stuff like that. So like even Stormy, I bought her stuff once. I never bought another one because I didn't really, it's okay. But those were the golden days, like the golden days of the TikTok Shop. Like it was real. And there are a lot of people who are still stuck on Instagram. I'm like, Instagram is not the place for that. There's this one lady, like she has a natural like hair care line, like it's called Planet Hair Care or something like that. And I told her, I'm like, you're doing all these lives on Instagram. You're not gonna get money. You should do lives on TikTok, right? And if you're gonna post and then when you're done with your lives, you should repost your live on a YouTube channel. She's so afraid of opening up a YouTube channel. And I'm like, why do y'all make a big deal out of small stuff like that? Like, just create the damn channel. But I'm like, Instagram is not going to send you views. And you have to understand, like, these are 3 different algorithms, right? You should try your luck with all 3 because a video that might not do well on Instagram could do amazingly well on YouTube. A video that doesn't do well on YouTube could do crazy numbers on TikTok. There are different algorithms. So I'm like, if you have a business, why do you only count on one algorithm, like to bring you people? Like you're crazy. But I'm like, these girls are insane. You have to post like across, like you even have people who post on LinkedIn. Okay. You have businesses who post on LinkedIn. I guess you can get customers there too, right? But some people, it's YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter. And Facebook. Right? So you really like when you have a business, like you really have to be obsessed with content creation. Like you got to create a lot of content, which is why if you have money versus going to retail, I'll say use the money and like build a team that can help you make more content. Because if you can do 10 to 20 pieces of content a day, you're going to win. Because I mean, I saw that with Fashion Nova and it made a big difference. Like if I could do stuff over again, that's probably what I would have done. Okay. But that's that, you guys. So hopefully you've enjoyed this little video. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, hey, Heaven, like this is what you should do. Like I'm saying, like you need to create content. Like you have people on here, like even these big podcasters, if you watch carefully, like they'll have the long form video and then their editors will go in there and cut like the most interesting parts into like shorts. So it'll be one long podcast. And then that one podcast may have like 20 different shorts. Right. And I'm like, it's not the person doing that. They have a team for that. They have a team and they don't mind paying the price because it makes them money. Because somebody might be like, oh, I don't know if I want to watch that. But if you see a short and then that one short talks to you, like, you know what, maybe I do want to watch when they say that, right? Then you want to go back and see it, right? So a lot of people, that's what they do. Like, okay, we have the long form, but then we'll have the podcast and maybe find like the 20 like top moment of the podcast and then turn that podcast into a short. You have 20 shorts in the long form. And they're like, they just post content everywhere. There are people who even pay for like fake accounts on TikTok. So they'll have the fake accounts repost their stuff so they can test like, okay, on our main account, we'll post these TikToks, but we still have like 15 more. You post 5, you post 5, you post 5. Let's see what works. Like, I'm like, how can people be this obsessed? You know, I'm like, this is insanity. I'll show you guys. I'm like, there's this one, like, he looks like Will Smith. Like, he's British. He does the podcast. Like, if you type his name on TikTok, you'll see like 20 different accounts with his name. Like he owns all those accounts. And from what I'm hearing, it's like he pays people to post content on those pages. So that way all these pages come back to him. It's some crazy ass strategy, but I'm like, these people are obsessed. They are obsessed. They are truly obsessed. Like, I'm like, what the freak? Right? I was like, wow. And I even said, like, oh, my hair channel, like, if it ever does well, I'm going to hire people to create content for me. We're going to have a big community of like natural hair people. Cause I'm like, it's the content. Like content really is king. Like, but you can't do it by yourself. Like you can't edit, like record, edit. It's a lot. You need help. Like you really do need help. But you're gonna make your money back. You know, even with Mercy, like Mercy made a video and she was complaining about, what you complaining about? Some money stuff, right? Yeah. So here she is, like she was crying about something. And YouTube, like, oh, the dangers of YouTube, like sometimes the algorithm changes, blah, 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 blah. But I sent her a DM and I'm like, I don't know. I just feel like you lost focus because you can't do many things at once. Like, you can't chase YouTube and then real estate and then this and then this. I'm like, the money you spent on real estate, you should have built a team for your YouTube channel. Right? Because there was one video she made and she was like, oh, like people told her, oh, what you gonna do if YouTube goes away? So don't put all your eggs in one basket. So I guess that's why she started real estate. So I was like, to me, I was like, I feel like you started real estate out of fear. She's like, no, I didn't. I'm like, well, in the video, that's what you said. People told you what you gonna do if YouTube goes away. So because of that, you went to real estate. But one time she rented this house, the man left the house. I don't know, something about the pipes, turned off the water. She turned the water back on. The pipes bursted. Basement was flooded. I think it cost like over $40,000. I'm like, yeah, all that money, you could have hired a full-time editor. Okay. Or maybe 2 editors if they live abroad. I don't know. Right. But I'm like, if you have people to edit for you, like just think about how many more videos you can create. Right. But if you don't show up because you're too busy doing real estate, then your YouTube channel is going to die. Right? But I'm like, where would YouTube go? YouTube's not going anywhere. Okay? It's not going anywhere anytime soon. The algorithm is changing, but I do feel like if you have a team to help you create content, y'all can keep up with the algorithm. It's not that hard, right? But buying a house or fixing a pipe or like your basement flooded like $40,000, all this money, you could have bought better computers. You could have bought a better camera. You could have hired an editor. You can hire like a graphic designer. Like, you know, you can really increase the value of your videos. And maybe instead of posting once a week or maybe like once every 2 weeks, now that you have an editor, you can post weekly and you can post shorts. I'm like, me, Marlene, let me tell you this. If I also had the money, I would have one editor for long form content and I would have one editor just to make shorts. Right? So you have one person that just does like all your long form video because that you got to edit differently. And I think these are 2 different algorithms. I think the YouTube long form content, okay, hey Nicole, I think the YouTube long form content has a different algorithm than YouTube Shorts. It's not the same algorithm because you're not attracting the same people. And then you would have another person. I'm like, she does too much. And you would have another person just do all of your shorts. You create the content, like you edit, you film the content, and then you send it to your editors, and then they edit for you. But then you have one page, like you have one person just do all of your shorts, and then you have another person just do all of your long form content. Because if you show up every day, the algorithm's gonna be nice to you. You show up every day, you're more likely to get clicks. But with YouTube, you have a video, you can get like 12,000. There are people who are even getting 30,000. I saw this one video. This guy said he got $37,000 in 90 days. I said, what the heck? What Airbnb gonna give you that kind of money? Okay. I'm like, girl, what Airbnb is going to give you that kind of money? And you have so many young people who have these, I don't know if I should call them like YouTube farms, but they have multiple channels. Hold on. You see, let me show you.
All right. So I know what you're thinking. This is probably another one of those clickbait videos of this guru telling me I'm going to make $1 bajillion with YouTube faceless automation. It's going to be 100% passive. I'm not going to have to do anything. It's not. And the reason I can prove to you that it's not is because I'm going to show you the actual accounts that I own. This is something that gurus don't do. I'm going to show you the accounts that I have and how much money they're making. So let me start with that. So this is one of the accounts. Now, full transparency, I'm not an owner on this account. I'm more of a manager or a helper. But this account has 391,000 subscribers. And we'll go to the analytics here. You can see,
look,
7,000 this month, but over the past 90 days, 37 grand. So
you guys, look at this. I think this channel of his, this channel only has shorts. Because I think he specializes in only posting shorts. So 90 days, 220 million views on shorts, 2.2 million watch time hours, increased subscribers by like 185,000, $37,208. You guys, I'm not trying to be funny, but what Airbnb gonna pay you that kind of money? Hello. I'm not trying to be funny, but you see, this is what YouTube can do for you. Like, if you have the right YouTube video, you can legit make like 12,000 on one video, 50,000 on one video. Like, girl, what kind of, I'm not trying to be funny, but what kind of real estate gonna give you that kind of money? Right? Tenants? Yeah, pain in the ass. Okay? Problematic. Right? No. I'm like, you should have a team to help you make more videos, because more videos, more views, more watch time hours. But when I saw this yesterday, and it's a lot of young people like this, there's a lot of young boys. They're like under the age, like they're like 25, like from 16 to 25. They have all these YouTube channels. They post shorts all day. These little boys are just printing money. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
This has had over the past, since September, when it got monetized, September 3rd, we've made 25 grand pretty much in the first 2 months, and then it's slowing down a bit right now, but it'll pick back up. The next channel that I own is this one with 97,000 subscribers. And if we go to the revenue here, we can see this one was also monetized pretty recently. But again, you can see how hard that's growing right now. This is in the first month. And then I have another account which is about to get monetized. So then we have this account that has 9.3 million views in the last 90 days, and you need 10 million views in the last 90 days to get monetized. So this one's pretty close to being monetized. So we're starting on really scaling this up and automating this. So you can see here that I'm not just making up numbers. These are actual amounts of money that my channels have made. And by the way, if you add in music subscriptions, we've made a lot more. So on YouTube, they allow you to monetize extra by like getting paid to take on certain songs on your channel. So we've made an extra 11 grand by just doing that as well. And again, you can see that's growing pretty hard. So yeah, we got a lot of stuff going on, and I'm going to show you exactly in this video, like full breakdown, not super highly produced, but if you can listen to it, you're going to learn how to start one of these faceless shorts YouTube channels for yourself. So the first thing is, before you even start posting anything, you have to have a good niche. This is probably the most important part. If you pick the wrong niche, you are doomed from the start. If you pick a good niche, you have a chance to make a ton of money. So let's go over what a good niche actually looks like and how to correctly do the research on what niche you should choose.
So here's this, here's the channel, Money Mind Unfiltered. I shared in the community tab, right? So if you want to watch it, I have more videos like that. I'm like, these little boys are crazy. These little boys are making crazy money. And I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. All they do is post shorts all day. All they do is sit there and post shorts all day. And I'm like, I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm like, what kind of Airbnb can give you $37,000 in like 90 days? And then you don't have to clean. You don't have to do customer service. You don't have to go deal with Airbnb and all that foolishness, right? You just don't have to do that. But I'm like, if I was you though, I would kind of like do something about this real estate and like focus more on like really like going all in on TikTok and hire people to help you make your content on TikTok. Right? You guys, there are people who make like $50,000, $100,000 a month on YouTube just for content. There's another black girl, Monique. She's from New Orleans, right? Yeah, she makes like $60,000 a month with her YouTube channel. Right? $60,000 a month. Right? So I'm like, I don't know. What kind of Airbnb can kind of give you that kind of money? To me, I'm just like, it's a distraction. Because the time you could be focused on making your videos, you're worried about bookings. You're worried about checking people in. You are worried about having to go clean the Airbnb. You know, it's a lot. I'm like, no, not really. Okay? It's not worth it to me. Right? But you guys, I believe in YouTube. I believe in being a content creator. I believe in posting your content. I believe in you like learning to be a storyteller. I believe in you knowing how to edit your videos, you know. Study this and take it seriously because it can really change your life. Okay, like my other channel, I'm trying to do like one short a day for the hair stuff, you know. I'm really trying, but you know, create the content. Do not be scared. Okay, it might take you a year, it might take you 2 years, whatever, but one day your channel could really take off, and it can even take off with just shorts. If you become really good at making shorts, just with shorts alone. I know, like with my fitness channel, for the most part, I got 60,000 subs just because of my shorts. I didn't do long form content on my fitness channel. So if you really, really want to learn, like if you really want to grow, you can grow exponentially just by posting shorts, right? So think about it and act on it. Okay. So I hope you've enjoyed the video. Love you guys. I'm getting tired. We're going to sleep before Maverick wakes up. Okay. But hope you enjoyed the video. Hope you learned something new. I will watch the Tyler. Hold on. I can put it up. Hold on. I'm going to share this one as well if you want to watch it before I do. But I'm pretty sure it's this video, though. Okay. So it's all going to be in the community tab. Like, so if you want to see those videos, you can just go there and see the videos, right? But he's pretty cool. DDG also, he's pretty cool. But I'm like, if these kids can change our lives through content, so can you. So can we all. Okay. Love y'all. See you later. Maybe I'll see you in the morning. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. If I don't be mad. Okay. I'll try to come outside. All right. Love you guys. Mwah, bisous. Good night. I'm tired. Love y'all. Gotta go. Let's go to sleep.